Good morning to you, The Morning Magazine. I am Paris Eley. Whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. I thought I'd pull out one of my old hip sayings. Whoop-de-doo. We're back on a Monday, and we've got Sherman Smith right here with us this morning. I am Paris Eley. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Loving having you here. And look, I know you guys, I got the songs that I know you guys want to hear, and we'll give them to you later. Trust me on that. We'll get you in on that. We know all of you are blessed, like making that declaration. So don't worry, we got you. We got you. But I got to start off on a Monday saying, welcome back. How are you,
Welcome
man?
back,
We got
Carter,
Sherman
huh?
Smith back here with us. Yes, indeed, man. We understand you were out with Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yeah, the little group I started back in 1969. I had to do a farewell tour with them. They had me in the background playing air drums and air guitar.
And air guitar. And air guitar. Hold on, man. My air guitar is out of tune.
Couldn't find
That's how
my
bad
air
that
guitar.
was. Yeah,
so
yeah.
They made me
right,
play air
right,
drums
right.
most of the show. But
Yeah.
no, it was an incredible time, I'll tell you what. It's just seeing them over the last, I don't want to say 50 years, Paris, but 50 years, you know, of watching them, and I still say they're the best band in the
That's
land.
good, man.
It was
that
an
is
incredible
good.
show.
And your sister enjoyed it. This was
Oh,
in
man.
Tennessee.
It was in Tennessee.
Okay.
And I went to the African American Museum of Music.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it
Tennessee
was
is a place for
incredible.
it.
It was
What better place?
incredible.
Memphis,
Yeah,
Tennessee.
Memphis. Well,
Yeah.
Nashville.
Yeah,
In
yeah. I know.
Nashville.
But Nashville country music,
Yeah,
Memphis,
absolutely.
Tennessee,
Memphis is-
with Stax, and no, Tennessee is hot for that. Yeah.
Tennessee was hot for that.
Grand Ole Opry comes out of
Learned
Nashville.
a whole lot about Tennessee music.
Yeah,
I tell you what.
yeah, man.
Yeah, but it was a great time. I mean, it was a good time to be with family.
Yeah.
You learn who loves you.
Yeah, right.
So,
And it
yeah.
matters more each time,
It
doesn't it?
matters more each time. You know,
Well,
you can't take anything for granted. You
I guess-
always say about the feeling in your heart in the morning. They did not do on your face, but I forgive them.
Yes, indeed, man. And being around that music just intensifies the feeling and brings the moment alive, right?
Absolutely.
Man, I am so
Absolutely.
glad that you got the time to break away, spend time with your with your
Yeah.
family.
And the family part was just incredible, man.
Yes, well, give him a shout out, man. Give him a shout out.
Absolutely, David and my
Hey,
sister.
David.
Kat.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's the one who put it all together.
Yeah.
And
She's the organizer in the family, generally.
well, she wants to. She did it to get. She knows me and David. David and I were big fans, and she was too. She's musically inclined. She's a
Okay.
DJ like me.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
She saw this as a chance, and she told us back in October when she got the tickets and got the seats
Yeah.
And got the place. She said, y'all are coming. Well, I don't know. That's May. I don't know if I. Yeah, y'all coming. That was the end of the conversation.
Well, see, she led, right?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
and that dovetails into, because I'm forcing it into, my opening this
Oh,
morning.
okay.
We
Well,
want to
we'll
talk
go with
talk about making decisions and standing with them, and you guys wanted to do it, and Big Sis organized it, huh?
Yeah.
Is this
Little
the
sister,
former
but-
Marine? Well, you're
Yeah,
never a
former
former
Marine.
never a former Marine. Marines
Yeah,
are-
you're right,
never
you're
a
right.
former
Hoorah.
Marine. Yes, indeed. But the Marine organized it.
The Marine organized it. She
Yeah.
took care of it. She got us down. You know, we of course had to pay the airfare, but you know, hey, you got to give up.
Hey, you got to, you got to take a hit here and there.
Got to take a hit here and there.
Yeah. But what the hell? He's going to see Earth, Wind, and Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to be with you as always. That first breath got you into it that morning. But then we've said, now you begin to look a little closer now that we get the idea of it. It's not just the first breath. What about that heartbeat? What about that heartbeat that makes it work? You know, you get that, you inspire, that first breath, that inspiration takes place, you know, and from that, the world can develop around you. The world can develop around you with your input, so you don't have to be a bystander. And this is a thought that I'm going to pass on to you this morning. Teddy Roosevelt said it years ago. I believe he was speaking in France at the time. At least I know he was speaking in France at the time, according to history, right? And the world was on the edge, and people were were at great, people had great angst about where the world itself was going. You know, at different times in history, we find ourselves on the precipice, it seems like, and we can fall into the abyss. We don't know where we don't know exactly where we're going, and so we're doubtful. But Teddy Roosevelt addresses that in The Man in the Arena. I like this one, Sherman. I like this one. Look, the man in the arena. It is not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. And now when I read this for you, I want you to think women as well, okay? Just think in terms of humans, right? And I know it's couched in masculine terms, ladies and gentlemen, so we know that. But the credit belongs to the person who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there's no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at the best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the least, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. That's Teddy Roosevelt, Theodore Roosevelt. It is. It is. And I think that's a great thing for our own lives. It speaks to overcoming your fear. This is not about never being afraid. Courage is born out of those trials, out of those tests. I've heard people say many times, gee, I didn't know what I could do. I didn't know what I would do at that moment, but they surprised themselves.
Right.
You know?
And I saw a quote that said, sometimes courage is just having the fortitude to say, well, it didn't work, let me try again tomorrow.
Try it again.
That sometimes we have to say that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not perfect.
Right.
We have to get up every day and try to be.
Yes, indeed, and face it again, and not make failure the enemy.
Right.
Failure is just a circumstance, and we have to rise above those. So to all of my people out there, the Shirley Brasses, the Sandra Smith Lees, the wonderful Joan Edwards, the Sarah Moses, the wonderful men and women out there who do so much to keep moving forward, to the Fannie Lou Hamers, the wonderful leaders, the Stacey Abrams, and so many other people, Shirley Chisholms of this world, all people who moved on in the face of great odds.
Right.
Which is why we say, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Boarding Magazine, the good stuff is on. Listen, the lock is on your side of the door. You can unlock it. You can free yourselves from your fears. Now, I know when I say those things, I always take great pain to remind you. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. Tough. Hey, so what can I tell you? What you want from me?
Sometimes you can't find the lock.
Sometimes you can't find the lock. So you've got to be the light in the darkened room.
Right.
You've got to feel. Yeah, you do. You're going to have to feel sometimes. But the funny thing about that, if once your eyes get adjusted to that dark, you can find out where the important things are. You know. So I wanted to begin on that note because I couldn't play On Your Face by Earth, Wind, and Fire this morning. We're going to that's one of those songs, too, we're going to get to later on. So those of you listening solely online will be able to hear. But right now, we are on YouTube, Sherman.
YouTube.
Yeah, working on YouTube. And people should go to YouTube, 1230 The Source. 1230 The Source. YouTube want you to, I hear the kids say, smash that like button, hit that like button.
Smash the like button.
Yeah.
Smash the subscribe button.
Yeah.
Leave us a chat. Come on. Let us know you're out there.
Yeah, get us up there. Hook us up. Get us
there.
into it. Yes, indeed. Please be sure Please be sure you do. Let us know we're out there working with us this morning. So that's I did want to make that opening this morning, and also I want to talk about this weekend and some of the things that have happened over the weekend, some of the things that have transpired. I want to share those things with you. So beyond Earth, Wind, and Fire, how was your weekend?
I don't know if I can think of anything else right now that I did. I don't remember much. And that was Tuesday.
And you're not a drinking guy.
And that
so,
was
yeah.
Tuesday.
Yes, indeed.
That was it's been a week almost, but no, it's been a pretty good week. And again, like I said, I got to spend time with family. I have two sisters actually in Tennessee, and the second one is older than I am, and we sat with her. She's got this nice place, and it just amazes me the fact that she's been out there 20 years. And I'm like, what? You've been out there 20? It seems like you just left.
Wow. Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Time just marches on. I tell people all the time, Mother Nature and Father Time are undefeated.
Yeah,
you can't beat them.
Yeah, the hits just keep on coming. No doubt about it. No doubt. But, look, there's early voting today begins for May 18th. I mean, the May 26th thing. Early voting, May 18th to May 22nd, runoff election. I want you to be aware of that, ladies and gentlemen. Deadline to apply for ballot by mail. Well, you just missed that one. Sorry, you missed that one.
You missed that one.
Yeah.
Now,
but
this is the
get registered to vote.
State election for runoff.
The
runoffs at Menifee
these are the runoffs. Yes, indeed, they are, and we're going to share more information.
Al Green, you got to say both names.
Yeah, you got to. Yeah, Al Green, Christian Menifee. Yeah, we're going to. Early voting is for that one begins May 18th. Today. May 18th through May 22nd, and we've got more information coming. The early vote centers are open today from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Those of you who are in the state of Texas, here in the Houston area.
Now that's Harris County.
Harris
right?
County.
I know Brazoria County closes. Some of the pollings are 8 to 5.
Ah, okay.
And, I don't know what that's about, but they do have some Saturday voting. Do they have a Saturday date through the 22nd? Is that a Saturday date?
Yeah, it is. Well, actually, no. It's a May 18th to Friday, May 22nd. Yeah. So,
the Brazoria has that Green and Menifee race.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
yeah, because
we have to. Yeah.
Right,
once they redrew.
Yeah.
Brazoria and Pearland has some of that race. So you have to get out if you're in that area. You're gonna have to go and check to make sure your polls are open. I made that mistake. I pulled up at 5:35 and everything was dark but me. So they were gone. So I had to pick another day and kind of go by and get my early vote in. That was when I was voting for the mayor.
Yeah.
And he won, yay! But this is
Wiltz.
more important. Wiltz.
Yeah, he did win. Didn't he?
I'm gonna try to actually make a couple.
Out there in to be
council
clear,
meetings.
we're talking about
Pearland.
Yeah.
Ralph talks about it.
Yeah.
Off and on.
I hadn't met him before, and the day before the election, I'm in the elevator, and I get in with this guy, and he was like, I don't know if it's possible to pace in an elevator, but he had that kind of tension with him, right? And so we made a little small talk between 3 and 1, but he said by the time we got on the second floor, he was saying, I'm kind of anxious today. I'm just really revved up, and so I said, oh, really? What's up? He said, well, I'm running for mayor of Pearland. And then I got when he told me Pearland, and his last name is Wiltz. So Jeff Boney's wife is named Sharon Wiltz Boney. I wanted to know if they were in a kin. So he and Jeff are very cool. So Jeff is running for treasurer, I think, in Missouri City. I think that's right. I gotta check the data on that. But nonetheless, that was my first day seeing the guy, and he did win over this past week.
They didn't come out to vote, you know.
Yeah.
And again, I know I've said before, I hate telling people to go vote, but people go vote. You know, it was a good election for him, but only like 15% of the people voted for mayor.
Yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
And that's not good. That's not good. That's apathy at its finest. Now, I don't know if 50% of the people would have voted, he would have won. I don't know. You know, so like I said, it's good for him. He won, but you have to make your voice heard. And in this instance, the only way is to get out and vote.
Yeah. Yeah, we urge you, ladies and gentlemen, to get out and vote. I've asked this question before, and I made this statement before. I just don't see the advantage in not voting. Nobody's ever explained that to me in a way that has made sense.
I honestly don't know that there is an advantage to that.
Yeah. Senate GOP is looking for the off-ramp, they say, from the White House ballroom debacle. They wanted, well, that's not the only off-ramp the president is looking for right now in this Iran situation.
Right.
This country is in a perilous moment. I think that can be fairly said.
Yeah. They got stickers now on gas pumps, particularly up north, with his picture on it pointing to the gas price, and it basically says, "Iran, your gas price is up."
Oh, really?
And I might be getting one of those. We'll have to find out one of those.
When Joe Biden was in office, they had bumper stickers that they had on their cars. Those who were really upset about the price of gas, saying Joe Biden did this. Yeah. So the president, whomever the president is going to take.
This is a direct
be on the receiving end of that.
Manipulation
this is
of
different.
the gas price. Generally, the president has no control over the gas
but this
price.
is a direct result of the president's
result
actions.
Of his actions.
So that makes a difference.
So we don't have to blame him, but we can point a finger.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's not. Well, it's not so much blaming. It is if you are of that mindset, but you wouldn't be wrong. You wouldn't be wrong. Because it flows from an alpha. Yeah. Got to go to fill out a loan application. Huh?
Get a loan. Get a loan. Let me make a call here.
Yes.
I want to try to reach Deloitte Parker.
Yes, indeed.
And see if we can get him in.
Yes. Let's get Deloitte on. To get Deloitte on, and I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll take a break while you get Deloitte. We'll take a break while you get Deloitte, and then we will get Deloitte on the air, and we'll talk about what's going on at Shape Community Center, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I am Paris. We want you to have a great day this morning, and thank you so much for being here with us, ladies and gentlemen.
A message from the People's Congressman.
This is your Congressman Al Green with an important message. I'm running for the new 18th Congressional District because of Trump and Abbott's racist redistricting. I fought back against this. Fighting against the establishment brought billions of dollars, health care, and 3 federal judges to this area. I'm Al Green. I approve this message because I need your support to continue delivering and fighting back against Trump.
Early vote, May 18th through the 22nd. Election day is Tuesday, May 26th. Political ad paid for by Keep Al Green in Congress.
Are you tired of that old driveway with its ugly cracks and holes? Do you hold your family gatherings indoors because the outside is just not useful? Thinking of building a new structure to add more living space to your home? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call Sid.
832-657-4494.
Sid's Services is a one-stop shop for all your residential concrete needs. They specialize in driveways, patios, house slabs, and foundations. Sid's has over 20 years in quality residential construction. He's honest and provides excellent work to each customer. If you know that it's time to redo that old driveway or patio, or if you'd like to add more living space to your home, call Sid's Services.
832-657-4494. 832-657-4494.
Remember, at Sid's, one call does it all.
WeServiceUnlimited.com. WeServiceUnlimited.com. 833-937-3788. 833-937-3788. Well, hello! It's getting hot in here. You don't need to worry or have no fear, 'cause we serve. We serve you. Fix anything you think is nothing we can't do, 'cause we serve. We serve you. We serve you. Oh, we serve.
Big job, small job. Call We Service Unlimited, 833-937-3788. Or go to WeServiceUnlimited.com.
All right, you're with us on the Morning Magazine. Good morning to you all. Hello, Paul Wright. How are you doing out there? Ron Scurry, good morning to you. Good morning to you, Bo. Good morning to Texas Mike, and good morning to all of you out there, ladies and gentlemen. My man, Lil Rick, you keep it happening, buddy. You keep it happening, my guy. All right, good morning, and thank you for being here.
I got a bone to pick with Scurry, but that's for later. Traveling to airports or traveling hobby. Yeah. But we do want to bring in this morning Baba Deloitte Parker, Shape Community Center, to talk a little bit more about Pack Fest. Good morning, Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Sherman. Good morning, Paris.
Good morning. How are you, my friend?
Oh, I'm holding on, man, real tight. Even got some Gorilla Glue on my hands and a knot in my rope. So
not in your rope.
If the glue doesn't work, I think the knot will take me home.
I love it.
It's been some difficult times, but we still here.
Yeah.
And productive.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. And we're getting ready for the Pan-African Cultural Festival this coming weekend. On Saturday, we're going to have our annual Pan-African Cultural Festival, and it's going to be wonderful. It's going to be at the Alameda location because, we had a major fire at that Live Oak building. We're not having it in the park. It's going to be at the Alameda location, inside the parking lot, inside the building, and in the back of the building. We don't consume that little block. Our annual Pan-African Cultural Festival with music, dance, poetry, a little bit of everything, vendors. It won't be as huge as the previous ones, but you got to keep it going. Because if you stop having it, you won't be able to start it back when it's time to start. So since we're not at the park anymore, we have the parking lot of shape and in that area. And we're going to have about 20 vendors. We're going to have the children performing. We're going to have a lot of fun. And if it gets too hot, you're going inside. Let's pray to God that the rain will hold off. But if it gets too hot on the outside, we're going to be having activities on the inside of the building, too. In the back, on the inside, and in the front. Two black guys are going to be performing. We're going to have an African dance group. We're going to have a little bit of everything. And the word pan means all. So be inclusive of all the African cultural experiences in that day with poetry, dance, music, and a little bit of everything. That's what's happening. It is free, of course. Yeah.
What's the name of that African group that comes out every year and that does a fantastic job?
You thought
the dancers.
Kuman Kelly. Truman Kelly is going to be there with us every year, and of course we're going to have 3 African dance groups out there, and it's going to be nice. It's going to be very nice, and it's a family affair. You know, everything that Shapesman does is
Yeah, you
family
need to say that
oriented.
again. Family affair. Everybody can come.
That's right.
Something for everybody.
That's right.
You know, it's
No alcohol.
always exciting. No alcohol.
No alcohol, no drugs, no negativity, no craziness. If you get too hot, you come on the inside. If you get too cold, you can go on the outside. It's just going to be, you get hungry, we have vendors there selling food. It'll be a nice event. And of course, this is the week of the election. You know, it's the first week, early voting is this week.
Yes.
You know that, huh?
Right. We just
Yeah,
put that
so,
out.
yeah, I know. I just want to stress people need to go to the polls. The Black United Front had a forum at a state yesterday, and it was very nice. Had a nice turnout. All the candidates were there, and they all spoke. It was a nonpartisan forum, a nonpartisan event, and each candidate got a chance to express what they felt, what they're gonna do, and it was nice. But I don't want to change the subject. I'm gonna go back to that Pan African Cultural Festival. Remember, it's gonna be Saturday, and that's the 23rd. The vendors start coming in around 10 o'clock. Be from 10 to 6 o'clock. Saturday at 3903 Alameda Road. That's right on the corner of 1 block from the post office on Alameda and Alabama area. So we look forward to seeing you all come out there and just have some fun. I think somebody who's going to be there, I think you're going to be there. I sort of told somebody to make sure they direct you to the Pan African Festival, and you're going to give a taste of your talent using your fingers, your fingers on the what do you call it?
On the ones and the
The
twos.
ones and the twos. The ones and the
That
twos
is.
on the steel.
That is.
We're gonna be playing African music by request. African music. It's going. I'm ready for you, Deloitte. I already got you. I'm ready to do it.
I know you are. If you don't, you put contracts on what people don't follow.
Deloitte.
Contracts to pray for, not to do anything.
Yeah, right.
Let's go with that.
Right. Deloitte,
Yes, sir.
you know, you've served, you and your faithful volunteers and the wonderful guests you brought in through the years. The Shape has been just a beacon of light. You've seen a lot of young people come through there and become professionals and become productive citizens. What's your take now on the generations you see today? If there are any differences you've noticed, can you comment on?
And we want the community to join us in that effort. Because even though the building on Live Oak caught on fire, and the building didn't get destroyed, Trade Center didn't die. That building was up, the interior burned. We lost a lot of what was in it, but guess what? We back on the track. We're operating out of the Alameda building, and the Live Oak building will be restored. It's being restored as I speak to you right now. And we're going to go back there, so we'll be operating out of both facilities as we have in the past. And our activities will continue to go on. We'll have our restaurants still over there. We'll be open back up over there. We'll have our computer lab, our everything is going to be moving back. But again, I want to stress to everybody out there, we have two things we have to focus on, Paris.
Mm-hmm.
We have to focus on restoration. That's the Live Oak building, restoring it. And then we have to focus on, simultaneously, we have to focus on continuation. And that's at the Alameda building. So restoration of Live Oak building and continuation at the Alameda building. And that's what we're doing. So we have not closed. We're open 6 days a week. And we will continue to do what we're doing. We're preparing for the Freedom Tour also. We're taking the kids on the Freedom Tour this summer. That'd be our, I think, the 37th annual Freedom Tour, 39th annual Freedom Tour that we've gone on. We're taking the kids, retracing the civil rights movement. So we want the community to support that effort, because there's so much is going on there. I get dizzy just talking about all of it because there's so much that's been happening. I'm serious, man. It's been a lot happening, but we need everybody's prayers and everybody's support because we're going through a very, very difficult time right now.
Yeah.
Difficult meaning when you're dealing with restoration on one end of the community and restoration on one end and continuation on the other end, with the after-school program and with the people coming in for community service, for internships. We have people come. We have the flow motion dance group which is over there. A lot of stuff is happening at that facility. But we need your prayers and we need your support so that Shape's gonna. And remember, I'm glad you did such a wonderful job, Paris, in opening this conversation up when you said with the Lord and our supporters. The Lord didn't do anything by himself. We have a family. We have a team of people. And I believe that the community has been so instrumental. I just left the bank a few minutes ago. No, I just left. I'm going to have to go over this to you, right? I just left post office. In fact, I'm sitting in the driveway of the post office on Alameda. And I opened one of the letters that I got in the mail. It said, "Dear sir, my name is J.B. Moore, my dearest. Fancy Dancer informed me of the work that you do. Enclosed is my tithe of offering, $161. May the Lord Jesus bless you and continue the work that you all collectively are doing." I just got this. I just opened this in the mail just now.
Go ahead, please.
Somebody's tithing the Shape Center.
Wow.
And I just opened it, and I just have to share this because, and this is from Reverend James Moore.
Okay. Wait,
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, dear Lord. I'm glad you read that here because it was in my mind to say before we wrapped up here that I wanted to emphasize that we're on YouTube as well, you see, and we're on, of course, internet. We're streaming. There are people who I wanted to go back to what you were saying about the people who've been in there. There are people in other states, in other cities, in other countries that know about Shape Community Center. And some of them are just pleased to know that it has endured all these years. Some of them may not have even known about it. Yes. And so some of you who are listening out there, you may be in one of those other cities. Many of you have been through Shape Community Center here in Houston.
And come on back Saturday.
And come on
That's
back.
this Saturday,
Yes.
May 23rd, for the Pan-African Cultural Festival.
Yes, yeah, and
I love y'all.
Okay,
Lord,
yeah,
we
and love to
appreciate
you
you.
and the workers out there.
Absolutely.
Tell my man Mike I said hello.
Oh, everybody want to be like Mike.
Be like
We'll
Mike.
be like Mike.
Sherman, Everybody want to be like Michael. For those who know, Michael Diggers has been with us over 35 years.
Yes, and he's
He was one of the children that came to Shape when he was in Ryan Middle School.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been working with Shape for over 35 years and still with us. So I'd like to give a salute to Michael Diggers, boy, and many others. Look, I'm going to let you go.
Others.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord. Appreciate you, man. You know we love you, man.
Okay.
Thank
Back
you.
at y'all.
All right, man. God
Okay.
bless. God bless. We are the source. Yeah. That's
Absolutely.
good. So for those of you who've been out there, and I know for a fact that some of you entertainers out there know about Shape Community Center, because when you had your record deal, in many cases, it's back during the day when you had your music deal. Some of you, when you were moving around the city, the promotion people for your music companies brought you through Shape Community Center, so you could go to a real spot in the community,
Absolutely.
a constructive spot.
People
So
came on, and they there's a little known singing group that used to come to Shape Center, and they got their start there. We don't call no names. I don't want the beehive on me, but that's where they got their start.
Yeah.
That was one of the first places not their start, but one of the first places they were able to come in and practice and push their music out and get better and better and better.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot going on at Shape Community Center every day, every single day. The Lord said 6 days a week. Some days they are open on Sundays.
Mm-hmm.
They've got things happening on Sundays. Maybe not the full Shape crowd, but somebody comes through and plans events. So if you're looking for a place for an event, check them out. They might work out for you.
sure.
There
Support
was a
it.
graduation. I was there Saturday. There was a graduation for a young lady that was set for Saturday evening. So there are things that they can help you with. So just check it out. If you just walk through the Almeida building, I think you'll be in awe by the time you walk out.
Yeah. They do great work. They do great work over there, and so we urge that
Absolutely.
people support our community organizations, and there are several of them out here, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you, Derek Jabril. How are you, sir? You can find us, ladies and gentlemen, on 1230 The Source YouTube. Get 1230 The Source YouTube. Yeah, and you can get us, go on and hit that like button and then share. Like and share as we're looking to run our numbers up here. And, of course, stay in touch with you. There's some other news out there this morning that I want to share with you. And this is a little off the beaten path, but not so far off that it will surprise you, because we do talk about health here. And and I like sharing good news in the morning. If you know the show, you know that we like talking about news locally and nationally that reinvigorates you. We understand that you can get beat down by the headlines, and we like you to have something that lifts you up. Turns out, I'm going to tell you a story about a tree in the Amazon that seems to be a boon for the medical community, but more importantly, for human beings. Researchers have discovered that compounds from the Copaifera lucens dwyer tree. Now, I'll give you all of that. You medical students will know if I'm butchering this or not, and you can tell me later. Copaifera. I'm reading that as Copaifera lucens, Lucens, Dwyer. Now, Dwyer, I know somebody's last name. There's a Dwyer.
Light, though, right?
Yeah, lucens. Yeah. Well, here it is. It's
Lucens.
Lucens.
Yeah,
Lucens.
maybe I'm mistaking that for lumen.
It could be. No, it could be. Let's see. Recent lab data published in scientific reports indicates that gallolacquinic acids extracted from the tree's leaves attack SARS, the SARS virus. You've heard of the SARS virus, COVID-2, through a multi-target mechanism. It blocks cell entry. It interferes with the spike protein the virus uses to invade human cells. It disrupts replication. And it has viral neutralization. In lab tests, the extract neutralized up to 93% of the virus. Now, having told you all of this, let me tell you what we can look forward to here. Here are the current steps. The current steps are promising. The research is still in its early stages. They need more testing. The current success is based on in vitro, that's in the laboratory, in vitro tests. Human and animal trials are required before it can be developed into a treatment or vaccine. Biodiversity importance is what they're focusing on here. Scientists emphasize that this discovery is a major argument for protecting Brazil's biodiversity, as many traditional indigenous remedies already utilize tree barks for anti-inflammatory purposes. So this is the bark from the tree.
Mother Nature.
Mother Nature. And this is why we're sharing this story with you. Because we want you to have some comfort, just knowing that people are working on something. And incidentally, I'll take this time to point out there are some people who didn't, and I'm not saying you should take the COVID vaccine, but I remember when this argument was going on, and some people didn't want to take it because it had been developed so quickly. But what they had overlooked was we had talked about one of the good things that President Trump did was he simply jump-started the work that was already in progress. He sped it up. That's how we were able to get the vaccine sooner than we would have gotten it ordinarily. But the work on that vaccine didn't start when those news articles came out.
Right.
It
was going.
It was ongoing. It was ongoing. That was not President Trump's program. That program had begun before then. He gets credit for rushing to put it out. That was a good thing, right? Now, I'm telling you this because, and let's hope we don't have another outbreak, but just keep in mind that it's one of the reasons you might want to keep up with news and other things. So you can just file this information in the back of your mind. So this is something that's taking place right now, and they are just beginning. Now, the next time we hear about this, maybe 3 years from now, 4 years from now, when there's some outbreak.
Right now, front page of the Chronicle, action is urged on Ebola outbreak.
Oh, yeah,
Emergency declared by WHO as nearly 90 have died in Africa.
Wow.
So, these things are not gone away.
They are not. They are not.
That's Ebola.
Yeah.
Well, there are things you have to. Ebola is not airborne that I'm aware of.
And all of these things.
What's the other one? The Hunter virus or
the Hunter virus?
Hunter virus. That's out there.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, and all of this is happening in a time that our country is in a state of flux. We don't have a stable situation at the Center of Disease Control. And Robert,
I'm not going to talk about him. I'm not going to talk about RFK.
Look. This is what has become the problem. Is rapidly becoming the problem in America. I'm with you. You know I am.
It's just so much.
How can I not talk? Are you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Even if I came here determined, if I come in here just determined to talk about the news, how do I do that without talking about
It's hard. It's
the,
very
the man who
difficult.
leads the country. Let's switch and say, I'll just talk about. We know I got to talk about the president if I talk about domestic policy, but I'll go to foreign policy. Well, there's a
You get
trip
hit.
to China.
You
There's
get hit
Cuba.
left, right,
Cuba's
sideways.
getting its drones together because they are getting the tools of asymmetrical warfare because they see what Ukraine is able to do with those drones, and the president has talked about invading Cuba. So it's difficult to have if I talk about medicine, we got to talk about the
Be
viruses.
real. He
that
wants
are
to
out there.
colonize Cuba. He don't want to
Yeah.
invade.
Yeah, yeah. He wants. You're right.
He
Right.
wants
right,
to colonize.
Right.
And build hotels and casinos. At any rate.
Yeah. And this is why I said to you, ladies and gentlemen, my priorities are. I don't want to focus or talk about the economy, energy, fuel, and food. These affordability. Yeah. Okay.
668-1230, 713-668-1230. Give us a call. Good morning, caller. You're on.
Good morning, Sherman. We missed you last week.
Okay, can we cut to the chase, man? You ain't missed me. Good morning, Mike.
and ladies and gentlemen, he's right. And laughter's good, Paris. Look, laughter's good. I mean, when I hear Paris trash my guy or the Republicans, I'm thinking, and this is honest, ladies and gentlemen, I'm thinking the man's not in perfect health, and it's not good for his body because the words that come out of his mouth affect the inner body, ladies and gentlemen. So, I mean, who cares? Isn't your life, your body, your health more important than anything externally? So when you trash my guy, you're trashing yourself physically. So please say loving, kind, beautiful, big, beautiful words about my guy. It'll make you feel better. The subconscious doesn't know better, doesn't know the difference.
Well, let me say this. I will say loving, kind things about him when he does loving, kind things for us. Okay? That a fair trade-off?
Well, I mean, it's all perception. I mean, just believe it. If you believe it, it becomes true in your mind. So just think of what he's doing.
Do you think people should? Do you think people should ignore the reality of their daily lives?
Of your daily life?
Yeah, of your daily life.
Look,
I got to hold your feet to the fire on this one because I want to know. Because the question is, do you think people should not comment on life if it's getting out of control for them? If they've got a poll that talks about the country on the wrong track situation. You think when people think that things are going wrong, they should not complain?
If it's going to kill you, yes, I do not think they should focus and concentrate on that negativity or realism, if you will. That's a fact.
Well, do you think that applies to Donald Trump? Let's cut to the chase. Do you think that he's a human? Let's do the little what is it? The syllabus thing. I'm a man, therefore I say all men are fragile. Therefore I'm a man, therefore I'm fragile. Let's do that little exercise. So, if all of this negativity affects everybody else, do you think Donald Trump might suffer from his own negativity?
Donald Trump is just like you and I. You've heard the story of the rich aren't like you and I. By the way, good morning, poor. And if you're poor, you shouldn't be listening to the show. You should be out hustling and get on your second job, cut your credit card, and live below your means. Get off the car, sell the car, get on the bus, and do all these things. And Sherman can tell you other things.
I was poor when I started listening to KCOA.
Get out of the poorhouse. Whatever But look, ladies and gentlemen, let me talk about this call to action nationally, the protest march in Montgomery. There are about more than 50 million black Americans. The turnout was less than 1%. So evidently, all this talk
is just talk. Either you
50
care
million
enough
black
to-
Americans swear.
No, in America, baby.
And they had one protest.
No,
And but they had one protest in Alabama.
You
and
think
people
they're
didn't
50
show up.
million? You think they're 50 million? Look, I want to invite you to go back and check that number again. Listen. It is more than 300 million.
350 million. It's 500,000.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
500,000. No.
Yeah.
Are you saying? Were you saying there are only 500,000 black people in America? What are you
think he's
saying?
saying in Alabama.
No.
Oh, in Alabama. Okay.
Which
all
is
right.
still not true. There's more than that.
There's
Yeah.
350 million total population, more or less.
Yes.
Black makes up 15%. What's
Okay.
15% of 350 million? And the
Yes, Ralph,
protest
yeah.
was less than 1% of the total black population. And
Mm-hmm.
why is this? Because people have a choice. So this call to action nationally, evidently it didn't reach anybody, or people care more about Mother's Day or going to some festival or other things are more important than this. Let me tell you, there's nothing more important. This should be your total energy, your total focus from now till November. Put everything aside. You tell me what's more important than this topic. It should be on everyone's top call-in list from now to November. But that's the same old ball game. People talk a good game, but when it comes down to, okay, I got to pay to go to Montgomery, or I got to cancel this because that's more. Yeah, now we see it's nothing new. 10%
I thought we
or
were
20%.
poor.
What's that?
I thought we were poor. We can't afford
We're
airplane
poor.
tickets. I haven't been on an airplane in what? A week? Anyway.
then you, like I said to the poor, then you take Greyhound, baby. You do whatever, by whatever means, you sacrifice whatever it takes. You put everything aside, like I just told the poor person. You ride the bus. You live on credit. You cut your credit cards. You live on cash.
Well, Mike, look, you are aware now that we use Zoom, we use technology, right, to organize.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Right.
You know that, right? So how many people show up is not the final determinant. It's not about who shows up. It's about who is involved. It's about how many other kinds of celebrations were taking place that day. So it doesn't translate that people are automatically not engaged because you don't see them on television. And I thank you for bringing this up, because people should know that. Remember, people can organize. You don't even have to go to a city council meeting anymore. You know that, right? You can
Zoom
just watch it. You can watch it from home. You can watch it from home and then give. You can give. You can give through home. You can donate money. So
I've said that.
so
And
don't let
for me,
that
giving
be.
is, I can write a check and say, yeah, I'm involved. Or I can go out with one round poster and walk around the box. Yeah, I got out there and I'm talking.
But wait a minute. At
realistically.
first you said, but at first you made showing up the criteria. Now you're saying, well, even if you don't show up, you're not doing anything, and even if you write a check. Well, do you agree that money is fundamental to these causes?
Everything revolves around money, okay? Like, you don't get to Montgomery free. You either walk or run or take the bus. Nothing is free in this, ladies and gentlemen. So,
did you talk to anybody that didn't go to Montgomery who said, have you spoken with anybody, or did you hear anybody who explained the reason that they didn't go to Montgomery?
It's never one reason, but I'm saying,
right.
if you really,
Thanks. It's never one
if you
reason.
really-
Right? But you
it's
just said what the reason was they didn't care. So which is it? You said the reason was that people just talk and they didn't really care because it was important. They were doing it. And that's your. I'm using your guidelines.
If you care about, you name the subject. You fill in the blank. If you care about,
I don't want to name the
whatever-
subject. The subject is Montgomery, Alabama. That's what you said.
Yeah,
Let's stay on your subject. Let's stay on the one you're choosing.
If you care
You're choosing.
enough of what's happening in Montgomery, Alabama, and the call action, you would have done whatever it takes. If you care about getting not poor, you'll do whatever it takes.
Why are people going to? Do you understand the purpose of the call to action in Alabama? What is it a call to do?
The main purpose is to get attention nationally, and it didn't work because it's not. We're not talking about it.
Well, you're talking about it this morning, and it's been on the news. So
Talking about it in the negative sense, because there should have been more people, in my humble opinion, and it's not work. If this is the best you can do, 1% get involved in terms of getting physically there, instead of just like me sitting on my derriere writing a check and say, yeah, I got involved. I'm part of the solution. Oh, big deal, Texas Mike. Get out of here.
Big deal, Texas Mike. We
But
appreciate your call,
I
friend.
think other people are. I think some of those people who stayed at home. Please be careful about this too. Some of those people who are staying at home are staying at home because they can't afford to get there, and they are reminded of it. And even those in other towns may not have come, Texas Mike, because the price of gas is so damn high. People are not going to be traveling this summer. People are not forgetting that, Mike. Take a look at what is really happening in this country. Yeah, and all of your protestations to the contrary notwithstanding, people are looking at food, they are looking at travel, and coming to the conclusion that this country is screwed right now.
We've covered the poor. We've covered the poor, Sherman. I told people how to get out of for them, but they won't listen. Last but not least, Sherman, look, Sherman, I'm going to give some advice to the Democratic Party. Look, biblically, the Democratic Party, women were not created to lead. Women wanted first Kamala Harris. They lost. Then Jasmine Crockett.
My goodness, you're spiraling this morning. Women are not created to lead. Kamala Harris, squirrels all over the place. I'm saying, did the price of gas go down while you were making this stuff up? Is the price of gas gone down since we've been engaged in this conversation with Texas Mike?
The gas?
Yeah,
no,
has it gone
not.
down? Okay, all right.
Of course not. We got to pay with other things with it.
You're poor.
It's
Sherman will
fine,
tell
Mike.
you how to get out of now. Even in these times, you can still make it, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good day.
All right.
Mike, let me say a couple of things. First of all, we're going to have to nickname you One Too Many Cups of Coffee. But we already got one cup of coffee.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to slow down on the coffee when you call in.
Dial back on the caffeine, baby.
Stay
Dial back on the
one topic.
caffeine,
We
Texas
appreciate
Mike.
the one topic.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. We're gonna move it forward. Caller, you're on. Good morning.
Good morning, my brothers. How y'all doing? Good morning. How y'all doing? Y'all
Hey, how
There
are
he is.
you? How
There
you
he
doing?
is.
How you
Good
doing,
morning.
Mark? What's going on?
See, y'all two got the mic right now. So I saw how y'all shot at old Texas Mike.
I asked Mike questions.
Just listen to what he's saying. And at the end of the day, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm poor. I'm in the ghetto. I was raised and born in the ghetto. Let's just be real about this whole organization and what we see here in America. I don't care about no Donald Trump. Forget all that nonsense when he's talking. I know that's his boy. That's what he likes. He wants Donald Trump. But let me tell y'all something. You better know this election is coming up in November. It's the Republican Party. If you let Donald Trump, when he's gone, there'll be another person that the Republican Party would nominate to run the party. But they still running that party, y'all. The
Couldn't agree with you
Party
more.
is running this party. So I'm just telling y'all, you better get out there and you better vote, because you better not give this man the House and the Senate.
Mark, I hear you. That's what I was saying. Get out there. You got to do it. Just changing this president doesn't change a thing. You've got the Congress, you've got a Supreme Court, and the Republicans, the GOP controls all three branches of government, and still
out there to the people also. I mean, everybody can't help everybody. But at least if they can help you, they'll send you in another direction that can help.
Yes.
So I just want to put that out there, y'all, because I can't come. I can come to Paris, but Paris Station, or well, they might not can help me, but they'll probably.
Right.
All you can do is
what-
all you can do. Sorry, go with it.
Yeah.
Right,
Go
and I want to say this before I leave. I want to say what my daddy always told me. That's one thing I always can do. I may can help you on certain things, but I can always give you good advice.
Yeah.
Shape community can give you good advice, y'all. That's all I can
All right.
say.
Thank you so much, Mark.
They're going to help you as much as they can. Thank you. Bye.
We appreciate your call, man. Thanks so much. It's important that we accept and look at people who are trying to help the community. Deloitte mentioned Black United Front. There are a lot of other organizations. Ali calls in, and the other brother that calls in, the Muslims, but they're doing positive things.
There are people out there
There are a lot of
doing
people
positive,
doing positive things for
Keith,
the community.
Keith Downey
Keith
comes
Downey.
in with groups in this community. And the good news for us over here is you're going to hear more about these groups because we are inviting them in. And you're going to hear more from our own listeners who are helping one another. Blessings to Deborah Bates and Miss Pamela Shelby. We've got people here who are reaching out to help their neighbors. Bless you, Sister Angela Leonard.
Shout out to Lydia Flanagan for bringing in different
always
people.
Diversity of thought.
Diversity of thought is very important.
Right.
Very
And we're going to talk about diversity here in a moment too.
We'll go to the caller. Good morning, caller. You're in.
Good morning, Paris. Good morning, Sherman.
Hey,
Good morning.
boy, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, man. Say, man, did you go to the State House while you was over there in Tennessee?
You know what? My brother and I have been there twice together. And we rent a car and we drive and we try to follow the GPS. Every time we did, we wound up on some dark country road, starting to hear banjos in the side.
The bluegrass
country.
I mean, you can get lost in
Let me
Tennessee.
tell you a little story about a man named Jed. Somebody.
But we eventually made our way out. Believe me, we didn't purposely go to the State House. But I'll say this for it. I saw more African Americans than I thought I would. I'll be honest about that. And I'll say this too, and we'll deal with this at a later time. I saw more African American females with white men with gray long beards and I'm like, all right, you get with it? Okay, that's all right. We saw, and the time we were there, I saw at least 5 to 7. I didn't see any black men with white females, but I saw a lot of black females, a lot being more than 5, with white males. But that's my Tennessee story.
All right. Man, Texas Mike, keep that checkbook handy. I was trying to recall Junior and make you the mayor of KCOH, but man, you running that for me. But keep the checkbook handy, because there was a sister yesterday I went to go see. Sister Jasmine Crockett yesterday was in town.
Okay.
And she actually started a leadership PAC, political action committee.
Okay, good.
And so, Texas Mike, if you want to make a donation, you can make a donation. Because
that way he don't have to march, right?
And
the man in the arena. You want to be the man in the arena, Texas Mike? You can be in the arena.
Yeah. Write the check, Mike. Write the check.
Yeah.
And one of the things she said, the reason she wasn't over in Alabama, because she got work to do.
That's
we
right.
got work to do.
That's right.
So, everybody can't be in the same place at the same time. So, go ahead, Paris.
No, you go ahead. You go
Well,
ahead.
one of the things that she was saying is, what we've been saying, some of us, we can't count on this Democratic Party. So we have to have a PAC. We have to have a political action committee. In the words of my daddy, so money talks and BS walks, right?
That's right.
So when you go and talk to these these politicians, and you got a PAC behind you who got some money, come on, Texas might write the check.
Yeah.
And then, that's what's going on. Special interest, Citizen United. Because guess what? They're not listening to the average voter. So the average voter has to have a collective coalition to go and do the ask.
Yes.
And ask with a checkbook in their hand. That's the game.
That's right. That's right.
And so you got to be able to play the game, and we got to play the game on a different level. Yeah, we vote in high percentages, but now we got to put money behind our high percentage vote, so it would have a voice to go in and speak easy.
Right. And you know something? This is not new information, but it has to be recycled time and time again, because when you're telling people, see this, George Fraser talks about this. The George Fraser who talks about wealth, building wealth, and about black people saving money, and about how we can do it. He talks about that, and I've heard other speakers. They talk about politicians don't remember you because you walk up and say, I voted for you. Yeah, that's a good thing. They need your vote, right? But the ones they remember are the ones who say, did you contribute to my, and see, this is not a new message, but the fact of the matter is when you're delivering messages like that and people think they got more than they can hold on to, they tend not to feel the urgency of what you're saying. But it's only in moments like this you can hear a Jasmine Crockett, because somebody like Bo is going to be there and they'll repeat what she said. Right. Now today those lines hit differently. Now that advice hits differently because you can see things actually slipping away. So this is good information.
And the early vote starts today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It does. It does.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, all right. Thank you so much, Bo. We really do appreciate it.
And the good information.
Yeah. And remember what we said when we opened the show. Look, it's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better.
The doer of deeds.
The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred and covered with sweat and blood from his effort, right? So you gotta be in the arena. Somebody said, well, don't hate the player, hate the game. Well, you gotta be in the game.
You gotta be in the game. You gotta be in the game. You hate it.
Yeah. Change the game. And so I applaud those people who were in Alabama.
I told you I went to the African American Museum of Music in Nashville, and I took a photo of this one quote. It just stopped me. Yeah. It said, voices ought not be measured by how pretty they are. Yeah. Instead, they matter only if they convince you that they are telling the truth.
Hello.
Sam Cooke. I had to stop and take a picture of that. I posted it, but that just stopped me dead in my tracks. That's just a good statement.
Yeah.
And I think it follows along. You got to tell the truth.
And being angry with voters because they see through you, you got to do more. These sound like the Democrats now.
No.
This is what they did. This is what they did. Stop talking about us. Stop talking about us because it's wrong. It's unfair. Now, no. People are talking about, if we followed that advice, voters would not. Since when did it become unfair to talk about your lived existence? And you're saying, hey, wait a minute, this is too much. Now, when the shoe was on the other foot and you cried about every 10 cents a gallon that when gas went up, all right? Or every little inconvenience. But now, let's overlook the entire thing. And the problem with that is once people see that in you, and then they begin to reflect on what they've been watching all along. Because you can get a lot of passes when people like you, but you can cross a certain line, and then people will see your behavior in other things. It's called a fact pattern. They can see, in fact, how you believe. Yeah, they say, wait a minute, they're doing this over here. Everything is fake news. Now you're telling me affordability is fake news. Russia hoax, all of that, right? And people say, and then when they reflect on it, because they like you so much, they give you passes because they don't want to have to think about you in those terms. But now when you're telling them, when you're calling them a liar, it's different. It strikes differently.
When did fake news become a thing, though?
Yeah.
I mean, that's ridiculous.
Started with that. That was such a childish term, and yet it gained currency, and other presidents of other countries say that. That's what they use when they get caught.
Absolutely.
Netanyahu used it. A guy in Honduras, he used it.
It worked here, so let's try it over there.
Yeah. Politicians do what winning looks like. So it's fake news. All right. Yeah. So these are just some of the things that are taking place. But when you talk about it's real, let me tell you what's real. What is real is that we've got an economy that is in trouble. That's just the truth. We got an economy that is in trouble. Now, we can hope that it gets better, and we can hope things will happen. But right now, we don't have anything that's trending in that direction. Again, I tell you,
I don't think the problem is the economy. I think the problem is the con that's ripping off the American people. I mean, every day you find out that more and more money is going to this crime family. And I'm sorry, it's not just Trump's. There are other people involved in all this. And the money's being siphoned off of you and me. And we're just oblivious to it. We're just running around, okay, no big deal. You know, it'll be all right next year. You know, and
but see, Sherman, I argue that that's the downwind effects on the economy. Because whenever you're moving money from one place to another, right, it can be destabilizing for somebody. Somebody gains and somebody loses, right. You know. So when, for instance, when you take health care, it's tied into the economy because it's such a big part of what we do. Social Security payments and all of those things are tied to that. Medicare, Medicaid, right? Mm-hmm. All of these programs. When you move money out of those programs and give them to something else, healthcare or say services for the social safety net, when you take 3.4 million people off SNAP benefits and
off Medicaid,
right?
Medicare,
and that money gets transferred to corporations who get tax breaks. Although you put tax, you might have elevated their spending. The money, they'll be less affected by those spending cuts than the people who are not in that 1 to 20%. When you have spending cuts of that magnitude, that's what I meant to say. Spending cuts of that magnitude, you take that money from those people, and it goes up. Yeah, they took a cut too, but proportionally it wasn't the same.
But I look at it on the bottom level, on the hour level. Okay, you've taken away Medicare, you've taken away Social Security, not necessarily benefits, but SNAP and all that you mentioned. So now you've got Medicaid people out here who need help, but they can't go to the doctor,
right.
And they can't get their medicine.
Right.
So what happens? They wound up in the emergency room. And once they're in the emergency room, all the money that you could have spent on them is now spent on one procedure because now they're critical. And now you got to bring in 2 or 3, 4 doctors. You got to bring in every piece of medical equipment you have, and all that money could have been saved just by regular checkups.
And listen, Yeah, and let's not forget another aspect of those spending cuts. It closes rural hospitals.
Absolutely.
It closes, staff gets laid off. All of that happens, and those people then this tax cut that you're giving out means absolutely nothing because they don't have income coming in and their wages are depressed. So yeah, it's hard not to talk about this president, and he has to own that.
He has to.
He has to own that, and I simply resist you guys who try to keep him from owning that, or you try to normalize him, all right, or anybody else who would be in that. And he and his colleagues are doing this. They're the cause of it.
All right, then. Caller, you're on. You want to join in?
Yes, thanks for taking my call, Your Excellency, Mr. Sherman.
Hey, what's good?
What's going on?
What amazes me is how that we always seem to abandon things that seems to work for us. When we become unified, we're unstoppable. Case in point, all these different cities like Philadelphia, Chicago, Oklahoma have built black wealth. And once they established on their own, they didn't like it, so they found a way to destroy the community. But we don't come back and rebuild using those same principles to put ourselves together. We allow ourselves to be inundated with all these drugs and alcohol and these smoke shops, all this kind of stuff. They take our eye off the prize.
Yeah. We don't own them either.
If we become unified, we're unstoppable.
Yeah.
They don't want us to become unified. They want to find some way to keep us divided. Once we realize we start pulling our resources together, we can be a better people, be in a better position to argue.
You know, I think you just hit on something that's so simple that we overlook it. You said once we become, we figure out a way, and once we become unified. See, the question is, why do people overlook that way? That we come. What else is going on in the background? That has one of the ways we become disunified is exactly what you were saying, pursuing our own selfish desires sometimes, and by that, I'm not trying to vilify. It has nothing to do with people who drink. It has something to do with people who just can't allow themselves to be taken out of the game by people who put things before them that don't mean them any, those things that don't mean any good. And it's not all the time drugs and alcohol. I mean, there are people who will spend their last dollar to keep up with ball games or some other thing.
Gambling.
There are other things,
is
right?
Big time now
I mean, yeah.
You're gambling, but you're gambling for a reason, so you'll be self-reliant. You don't have to rely on that. That's why you're gambling.
How many people become self-reliant gambling?
They call it gambling for a reason.
They call it gambling for a reason.
Yeah.
You gamble because you're taking a risk. That's why you gamble.
Yeah.
But my thing is, why don't we take a risk on each other? Learn how to appreciate each other and respect each other and work together. But we can't do that because I always plant a seed. Somebody sell a whole mile just to get ahead in life. If we can get out of that kind of mentality, I think we'll be a better people. Identify our weaknesses and keep the strongest points. We can make it as a people. The way it's going right now, everybody for themselves.
Well, let me ask you. So, what do you think though when you see Jasmine Crockett, when you see Stacey Abrams, when you see Warnock, when you see
when I see these people, I think they need to go back to where it has been proven that we can be successful, like in New York.
But that's what they're preaching, though. I think.
Go back to the community. Say again.
But I think that's what they're preaching. That's what they're saying, though. So I'm saying there are people out there preaching about what you're talking about, advising what you're talking about. I just heard Bo say that Jasmine Crockett is trying to get together a political action committee. You know?
Yeah, but you got to build a power base first before you jump around. You can't just keep jumping around and not be established. Once you get established and get everything in place where it's growing on its own, then you move on to the next thing. You can't just hop here and hop there and not get anything solid in place.
Do you
Once
think
we get
she's
a solid
hopping?
foundation, then we can move from that foundation.
Do you think she's hopping around, or do you think?
I'm not saying
she's
her.
been-
I'm just saying in generality. If you think about it,
Yeah,
you know, you stay long enough to get things strong enough so you can appoint somebody
Sure.
to maintain what you got.
Sure, no argument with that. Yeah.
Yeah. But if you move from place to place, or you're diluting it, you're not making it strong because you're not there to make sure everything is being run the way it should be ran.
Okay.
You got people that show up on false pretenses that don't want to see you succeed. That's what you got to guard against.
Thanks for your call. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right.
Let me say this to the audience and to Mr. Paris Eley. Every now and then he gives me homework, and he hadn't given me any homework in a while. But since I've been off for the last week, my brain wouldn't shut down. So if you don't mind, give me a minute to read through what I wrote, Paris.
Please.
Just for a second, and I'm doing this because the last caller was all over what and I'm like, how do you get in my mind? But anyway,
great minds.
This is a word. It's called integra-separatist. And don't look it up; it don't exist. But that's what I titled it. I thought about doing a poem on it, but then I said, let me leave that to Jerry Milligan.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Jerry too.
Let's talk about what an integra-separatist might be. Well, first of all, I'm gonna leave out some things. You can add in what you want. But we started here as slavery. We had no rights. All we could do was exist, get beat down, pick cotton, tobacco, whatever was there. We moved from slavery into Jim Crow. Again, we had no rights except to fall in line or be hung. And by the way, I just got a book. My sister, my older sister, found a book that was out of print since 1962. That's 100 years of lynching. And I'll bring that if you're interested, and we'll have a chat over that. As far as Jim Crow, we didn't have any right to exceed and fend for ourselves. Anytime we did, we got things like the Tulsa bombing. We got all the cities that got, and I can't go through all of them. Like I said, you can add yours in because I know I'm leaving some out, but I'll start with Tulsa. From there, we moved to the Civil Rights Movement. We marched, carried signs. We had a hope for a better tomorrow. We had our own businesses and owned our own homes, but like smoke from a cigarette, it just evaporated. We don't own anything anymore. And that's very important in this day and age. We need to own more. We need to be a part of more in our own community. There's an acceptance of where we were happened. We got something, but is that enough? Is it enough just to be here and be happy? Are our children better off? And you asked the Lord that question, and I wanted to get back to that, but we'll do that for another time. Are our children better off today than they were in the 60s, in the 40s? Are we better off? Do they now think they're part of the system, and that everything is going to be okay? And, we know what system we're talking about. And the climate of today, as far as today is concerned, and as far as my opinion, we now need to become integra-separatists. They told us integration back in the 60s was the wave of the future. Integration left us out of our neighborhoods, left us out of jobs, left us out of businesses, etc. There was never and never has been a system for us to join in on the American way. There never was. We were never made to be a part of it. Separate but equal never happened. Separate meant hand-me-downs in schools and in everything else. We have to be a part, but be separate like other nationalities that have come here. We need to act instead of react. I say that all the time to the current situation. No one else cares about our situation, and nobody else is going to do anything about it. Integration and redistricting are the same thing, just under a different name. And if you look at it deeply, that's what it is. Separate but equal will never be allowed, as they need and want our money. They're not going to allow us to be separate. We have to accept this and move forward with a plan accordingly. Find leaders and representatives who have our interests in mind, regardless of color, and vote for them as a unit. Find local institutions that we can support who work with our youth and train them accordingly. Find job-worthy skills you can pass on to the next generation. And more importantly, pass the legacy you inherited and nurtured every time and in every way you can. We have to pass on to the kids so they won't forget. So that's just something that I wanted to pass on that I couldn't stop thinking about, and somehow it wound up on paper. Not necessarily. I'll run it through AI so they can put it in the right form. But
right, sure. This is one of those moments. It's like doing a magic trick.
Uh-oh.
So I want you to I want you to read this, and then read the date. Read the date. Just read down the first two or three sentences.
First two or three.
Uh-huh.
And black communities achieve more from blacks prior to integration. Historians and economists debate whether black communities achieve more prior to integration, as the era presents a complex paradox. Segregation forced high levels of internal economic circulation and community solidarity, but it also restricted access to broader national resources.
Okay.
This is from May 17th, or is the date lower?
May 17th.
2026. You write that? You just wrote that?
I took it in my notes. I took it from yesterday, right?
From yesterday.
You see it, and there's a lot of it. So
y'all stay in my mind, man. Come on.
Yeah. So and like the caller, because these are the kinds of things I do want to drill down on. You got to have this background to understand what we're doing. And incidentally, just so you know, Integra
separatists.
Integra separatists.
Like
all right.
integration
separatists.
separatism.
Separatism. That's I wrote that down. All right. That's called a neologism.
Okay.
It's called a neologism. Because when you make up a word, you combine two words together, like fiddle faddle, something like that, or BS. It's actually two common words, separate meanings. Right. I'm not saying that's what that is. I'm just simply saying.
I understand.
Neologism is a real place for that. That's how words become real. Some of the words, half of the, I can't say half because I'm lying now. But a lot of the words now, come from a marriage of English as we spoke it then, and American and German or French.
Well, now it's coming. We're going back to hieroglyphics with all these emojis and all this. So
signs,
we'll get there eventually.
Yeah. So I wanted you to know we were on, and that's a good take on it, and we can drill down on that. And how fortunate that you gave that up today. But I don't want to hold the other callers up. I know you got a board to run, so you go ahead.
Let's go.
Mr.
Let's go
Sherman.
with it. Good morning, caller.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing this morning?
Hey, Rayful, what's up, man? How are you?
I said y'all.
Okay, we both all right.
All right, that's great. You know, I must be one of the weirdest callers y'all have. The concept of what they did to us, the concept of what they told us, like how they tricked our mind, that's something it's like a buy-in. I don't buy into that so much, so it's okay. Everybody do what they do. I went to this event yesterday at Shape Community Center, where they had the candidates for Congress and judges and stuff like that. Of course, my lane is really economically driven and helping to end some of the apartheid type stuff of black folks in America, and it's been that way. I don't care what you say. I care what you do, because black folks just don't realize how much they get lied to by different people. You just get lied to. They tell you one thing. I remember I called one of the Congress people out there years ago saying, I got an $82 million earmark for TSU, and we checked it out. It was nothing there. Man, they just have to go make up some stuff. But we believe it. We believe it. Now, yesterday I got caught into a conversation with the former mayor of Houston, and I expressed how I attended an event in her own house, and how she left me in the room when I'm trying to talk about us being solution providers and wanting to get paid, getting a contract for our services, our actual product, not me just walking my mouth. And this lady says, I'll bet you $1,000 that I did more business with the black community than Sylvester Turner did. Well, that sounds good, don't it? Until somebody proves she lied.
Yeah, that's what I'm about to say, but you can go with that.
They prove she lied, and so she's committed to giving Shape Community Center $1,000.
That's
and
all?
I talked to Brother DeLord to confirm that. No, that was a $1,000 bet she wanted to bet me. I'll take it. I mean, everything above zero we'll take. So you give that. Hopefully that gets transmitted over to Shape. And the $1,000, hell, that's a lot more than what a lot of folks give Shape or any other part of something. So, but the key point is that, man, our communities get lied to, get misrepresented. See, we ain't even talking about all the things that were left behind. I don't want to just pick on that administration, but as a highlight, the streets that were in disrepair, the poisonous water that was served to a black community. We sitting over here picking heroes and not even checking the record, and the record is there.
Let me ask you this. Have you seen all the streets they're repairing now in preparation for this soccer tournament?
Oh, definitely.
I mean, even in Third Ward,
they do it for Super Bowls too.
Yeah.
They do it for Super Bowls.
But they're going all out for this thing. I mean, the airports are.
A lot of times they get allotment of money. They get pots of money from these organizations when these events are coming.
But couldn't they do this instead? I mean, in regular and just I'm a U of H guy, and the part of Holman that runs right by the stadium is pretty good. You cross Scott Street, and that is a pothole every 2 inches. I mean, it's been like that for years. Since I've been in Houston, almost 60 years, they haven't fixed that part of Holman.
Yeah, and I understand because I went to school back over in there when I was coming up at the famous Yates and stuff, and walked on some of those streets and stuff like that around there. So that was a freak. Man, I remember Scott Street was horrible. They made stretched an extra lane out of it. I even had a car accident there. But yes, they could do that. But we on priority from either party. See, now Houston has been led by Democrats for a long time, and I don't get into the party line politics. I'm down to Malcolm kind of talking about our interests. I can't get people to separate the interest from a party, but I'm about our interest, period. I'm trying to see who can we buy, down to that level. Who can we buy to support our interests? So that's kind of where I sit at. And I started sitting there over 20 years ago. Who are we going to get to help us serve our interests? Because we simply don't know how much we get lied to, and we don't hold them accountable. It sounds good. We say it's good. Man, it's toxic. It's not good because the data, the evidence can be there if we start to learn to say, well, let's check the record then and see how you actually did. Just like the guy did with AI yesterday. Yeah. And that happened, and now all of a sudden, now you're trying, now where you going to go now? Yeah, so we really need to work on, we need to understand what accountability is. It's more than a word, and how are we going to fact check these people, because that will at least get the lying out of the way and find out who's really serving our interests. Right. But we cannot get excited because somebody said something. I only get excited when the check clears the bank. Now I'm excited.
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. 1,000%. Thanks for calling.
All right, come with you later, man.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Caller, you're on.
Thank you very much for accepting my call. When the mayor said that, it just reminded me that those white people who practice racism, white supremacy, are master manipulators. They're masterful.
They've been doing it for a long time.
Yes, and they don't have no problem doing it wherever they are.
Long as it's working.
Yes, long as it's working. They can sit right in front of audience of black people in a black house and tell you that they were better than the black mayor. So that's why you should vote for me. Not until we understand the system of racism, white supremacy, and then seek to remove it. If we don't understand it, we can't remove it. Someone says that we got to get on one page, we got to get a financial base to do it. That don't matter. When I say don't matter, I'm saying in the system of racism, white supremacy. Because we are mentioned Tulsa, Oklahoma, if I'm correct.
Right.
Yes. But they got books. I read a lot of books. I forgot the name of this book, though. But that 100 Years of Lynching, that's a good book, too. But anyway, yes. But anyway.
Do you have that book? I got to ask you. You have that book?
I had that book. Sometimes I pass it on and it'll never get back.
Of course.
Yeah, that's what happened to my copy. Yeah. Mine left the radio station. Mine left the radio station somehow.
Yeah. 100 Years of Lynching.
Yeah.
Man, they got books on how they destroyed, they being a system of racism, white supremacy, how they destroyed places like Tulsa, Oklahoma. They did it 68 times.
Yep. Like I said, I didn't want to mention. I can't mention all of them. I can't.
Yeah,
It's
sure.
just
No,
impossible.
Yeah,
absolutely.
but I'm just saying. I'm just saying that when people say we just got to work, pull our resources, get to work, man, they destroyed a Tulsa, Oklahoma, 68 times at the least. But when we don't understand this system and what we're going against, then if we will say anything, I'm not saying that we at fault. We're trying to survive. But we must. It is a must. Come to understand. We don't have to have a meeting. Just take time to listen to others outside of the normal people you listen to. Malcolm X, so, and all these people good.
Yeah.
Today's people, they are good. All these people are good.
Yeah.
We got to broaden our brain. If we only get stuck on, well, I'm a Democrat, Sherman's a Republican, let's fight, man, it's the system of racism, white supremacy. If we do not come to understand this system and exactly how it works, everything that we think we understand will only confuse us. I just gave an example of it.
I'm listening to you, and so therefore I want to back up.
Most definitely.
Because you said something. There was a nugget in there, and there generally is. You saying somebody lied. People lied to us. That's what they do.
Right.
They depend on us to make the lie effective. The lie depends upon the listener. So you say, well, Ali's talking about it. Well, what can we do about it? How can you stop people from lying to you? You can't. But you can stop it from being effective. How do you stop it from being effective? Not just you, as a matter of fact, unless you've read something that disputes that, or you've had an experience that disputes that, you're likely to spread the lie on. Not really meaning to. See, but you can't say, nobody can stand up. When you hear that, and if you don't fact check it, somebody says something. You know what the reason that you saw that note that I have you and I didn't speak this past week. Maybe one time on the phone, on the air, right? We didn't talk about any of this.
I don't think I called last week.
But I had to do my notes in order to present this show this morning. So I have to stay in a state of study. I have to stay in a state of research. Yeah, right. Because somebody's going to bring me something. I have to go back and recheck what I thought I knew before I present it again. I'm at that age now. Okay.
You have to constantly study this system because it's doing what? The system first establishes itself.
Yes. Yeah.
Then it performs maintenance on itself.
Yeah.
Then it expands itself. Then it refines itself. It gets to the point of refinement that you will fight me and say, "Hey, that ain't racist," because ain't no black representatives in Tennessee. White people can represent us too.
Yeah.
That's racism, white supremacy.
Yes.
But if I don't study that, parent, if I know more about who's going to play in the Cowboys game than racism, white supremacy, well, grandson, I really don't care about you. I hate to say that, parent. It's Sherman. But I'm really telling my grandson, I really don't care about your future, man. Let me finish cooking these hot dogs and look at whoever playing football. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with somebody looking at the game.
Yeah, right.
But if I know more about the Cowboys than I know about the system of racism, white supremacy, the most dominant system on the planet. One more thing. Oh, this guy, I'm going quickly, the guy that, I think his name Bob the Builder, or some some crazy
Yeah,
thing.
I've heard that.
He goes around. Yeah, he goes around provoking black people, calling them the N word.
Oh yeah,
Chud,
Chud something or whatever his name is. Yes,
yeah, whatever
okay,
his name is.
yeah.
He got arrested, so forth
Yeah,
and
he
so
did.
on.
Yeah.
But you know why we react to that word, Paris?
What's that?
Because they know, and they've been knowing, they've been in the system of racism, white supremacy, and those who participate. They know we don't know what that word means. If me and Paris and Sherman sitting around, we teenagers, and we, hey, Sherman, you so-and-so, so-and-so. And me and Paris, we the only one know what that word means. Sherman gonna feel even hurt, worse than a word we can call him that he knows what it means. We don't know what that N word means. Here is the definition. Here is my definition of that word. Throw it away if you like. This is the definition of how the N word is a person who has been attacked, murdered, mistreated, and or terrorized by white people. So when he called you that, and you see nooses hanging from a tree, he's terrorizing you. Just stay in your mind, oh, he's just calling me Ali. Because that's what he sees. He's calling me that because he knows I don't know what the word means. And what's coming out of his mouth, Lord have mercy, is worse. It's secondary to what's in his heart.
Yeah.
Think on that word. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you calling, my man, and you know it's
Thank you, Ali.
What you said too. It's a matter of that's excuse me, the maintenance part. They got to keep it going. Call it your own.
Morning, man.
Morning, sir.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yeah, I have a cup of coffee this morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How many you done had? One or two?
Yeah, well, I'm just about to finish my second one.
All right, now.
I'm gonna stop.
Oh, wait, hold on, before you go forward. They re-released Alex Haley's version of Malcolm X.
Oh, did they?
You might, it's re-released. Yeah,
I'm glad it came up. Malcolm's name was mentioned this morning. I was going to mention it.
Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, first I'd like to mention King's name, though. Dr. King, Rayford, said we've been lied to, and I'm familiar with the speech that King gave, saying that somebody told a lie one day, and I'm just here to get the language correct. Right.
By the time it's been repeated, all the truth has been deleted. What a shame.
Yeah. I tell you, Malcolm, man, and I have a disagreement here because Malcolm, I've said this, a couple of times about my suspicion of the press. Okay, and it has some relationship to what Rayford said about we've been lied to. Okay. Because I've said there had to be some complicity somewhere. I do take aim at the press. And, Malcolm made the comment about how you can be misinformed and confused about who your true enemy could be. Making the statement that your friend could be, the press can use clever language and all kind of ways to make your friend your enemy, and vice versa, make your enemy your friend. So, Paris, when you come up with the concept or make the the statement that it was a childish statement to say fake news exists, it reminded me of Hoover, and his counter-intelligence program. And we can agree, Paris, and to your guest as well, that this is not. This is undeniable, right? That people use misinformation. It was used in the military. So, Paris, I don't know how you come to this conclusion that people should not be suspicious of information that's coming their way.
I don't think I said people shouldn't be suspicious. I just I don't have any quarrel with what you said unless I'm misunderstanding. I think people are justified in being suspicious of authoritative figures who are making pronouncements. Yeah, I don't say. I mean, that's the reason for the press being there.
Right.
The First Amendment. I am all for that. I am suspicious of the people who are being accused just blithely, just easily dismissing what's been said about them as being false, as being fake news. Okay, and remember, it is something that Trump popularized, and it became more popular in our vernacular because he had his what's her name, Conway, the woman who was his press secretary at the time, talk about alternative truths, and then it was we have our own version of the facts, and then Donald Trump took to saying, "Oh, that's fake news." Anything he didn't like was fake news, and that's what I'm talking about.
Horrible report.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but Malcolm was way before Trump.
Well, but I'm not.
Trump is here today. Malcolm, has the idea about the press.
Okay,
but
context matters. Context matters. I wasn't talking about Malcolm, so let's get that on it. Let's get that out of the
Coffee,
way.
we're pushing the time, and we got a full board.
Yeah, I understand. It's always short in time when I come on, but
we do. We shut it down, bro. Call us earlier, man, so we can have these good discussions.
I appreciate that.
All right, man. Thanks.
All right, we are.
Caller, you're on.
We are the source.
Well, hello, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hello, ma'am. How are you? What's good with you? How you doing, Deborah?
How are you?
Good.
You guys have a good Sunday?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm gonna jump right in. First, I have to bring my heart rate down.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Very upset. And so Sunday, Martin Luther King Jr. III came to church. Jasmine Crockett was there, McAfee, Al Green, and another brother that was running for a position. And what hurt me about this whole situation, I was sitting right behind Al Gore, Al Green.
Al Gore.
And I touched him, and he knows, well, he doesn't know me personally, but he knows me because we take pictures, we talk, and everything like that. But I don't know if I can say this, but this is what hurt me. I touched his shoulder, and I told him, I said, I'm voting for you tomorrow. And he turned around. He looked at me. He took my hand, and he kissed my hand. He said, thank you. And I saw the pain in his eyes. And I thought about all the cruelty that this man has inflicted on us. So Martin Luther King III got up and he spoke, and he said, at this moment, he said, I'm thinking what we're going through now, what will my father be thinking right now? And these are not his words verbatim, it's just mine. But he basically saying he'll be sad, he'll be hurt, but he said you still fight.
Still fight.
Still fight.
Mm-hmm.
And I think about little Jasmine Crockett. She looked adorable, very gorgeous in her burgundy suit, and she held her head up high, and she got up and she spoke. And I thought to myself, here's this young sister that's done a lot of good things, and Trump just changed that map around, got rid of her position. Here's McAfee sitting there, and I took a picture with him and spoke to him too. He's running for the 18th district. So these two men are butting heads to get that position when it shouldn't be this way. And it just breaks my heart when I think about all the pain that Trump has inflicted on the black community. And he targeted us. He did it for us. He did this. And the last thing I want to say is that I look at, Paris, I look at both channels, or not both, but all the channels, Republican, conservative, liberal, whatever. So this reporter on Fox News, you guys probably saw this and heard about it, he had the nerve to say, I'm sick of the blacks whining. If they want to win seats, go make more babies. Can you believe that?
I didn't see that. I did not see that, but that's just what they think of us. And then if you have more babies, then they say you can't take care of them. Why? Because they've taken all the aid out of the community. But you're right. It's enough to get your blood pressure up.
Yeah. Because it's just very insulting, very cruel, and it shows that we have when I guess his name was West, the congressman that's running here in Texas. He had the nerve to say racism is over, this and that.
Yeah,
sitting
right.
on, he had his little speech. But the man, and you can marry who you want. But his wife is white. If he shakes her tree, he may see that there were some slaves in that tree somewhere. I don't mean tree hang, but I mean in that family tree, right?
Right.
So I just said all that. I know that it's sad, but I'm telling you, only thing we can do, gentlemen, is pray, vote, and continue to fight.
Continue to fight. Thank you. We appreciate your call this morning. You make sure you call us back, okay?
I will. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Dear.
Okay, come on here. Good morning, you're on.
Good morning, Sherman Paris.
Hey,
I won't be long, but I will be strong, and I definitely won't be wrong for the sake of time. We got to stop acting like we surprised. As Brother Ali just stated, and Rachel made some good points, but we got to stop acting surprised. This just didn't start happening in 2026. These white folks been this way, the ones that's wicked, of course. We got to stop acting surprised, and like you said, man, in other words, we're going to have to continue to fight back. We're going to continue to fight long, continue to fight strong. We're going to continue to have to strategize and fight. All this whine, y'all know what these people about. It's up to us. We got to stop acting like soldiers. See, soldiers are told to fight. We got to act like warriors. You got to start fighting without being told. Y'all know what it's all about. Everybody like they surprised. Come on, man.
Come on, say that again. Say that again about the difference between a soldier and a warrior.
Soldiers are told to fight. Warriors know to fight without being told.
There you go.
That's the difference.
There you
we got to
go.
start having the warriors mentality. Our men and our women. And also, we must arm ourselves with knowledge and information as well. It's like Brother Ali said. You see what they did with Black Wall Street, Tulsa, Oklahoma. All the academic progress we make, economic progress we make, social progress we make. They're going to find a way to step in and ruin it, change laws and policies. That's why we got to be prepared in every room. This thing will never be over, huh? It'll never. And one thing about white folks, y'all listen to me good. Whether you Democrat or Republican, they're going to always have the white man best interest at hand first. They'll fool you Negroes with a few nice words they think y'all want to hear, and then turn around and do the opposite. We got to stop playing chess and start playing chess. Brother Rachel had a lot of good points. So the brother Ali, until we understand that system of racism and white supremacy, then we'll be all right. We got to stop acting surprised. I'm out, John. Keep it a good work, Brother Parrish.
You're the man. You the man.
Thank you, Chris.
Say he wasn't going to be long, but he was going to be strong. There you go. That's
Brother
a way to
Chris.
be strong, brother. Caller, you're on.
Good morning, Watchman.
Good morning.
And Uncle P.
Yo, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Man, Uncle P gave us his little nugget. And I got to tell you, Uncle P, I'm gonna take, when you say save, you say something about, you said study, something on study. You said you had to.
Yeah, when somebody presents something, and you're unsure of it, look it up. I mean, really, that's it.
And it's too easy to do it now.
Yeah. Look it up and check several different sources.
Yeah, and one thing I found, and I haven't used it but once, when you Google something, put in pre-1983 or pre-1993. So that way stuff before this AI took over and before the fake news jumped in, now you get to some good nuggets.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff, everybody. Remember that. Yeah, okay. See, it goes back to what your 8th grade, when you did your first
the
term paper.
Britannica, where you had to pull the thing down and actually look up answers.
Yeah, and in 8th grade, you had to write your first essay, I think, or something like that, 7th or 8th grade, yeah. Hey, DJ, go ahead, man. Please.
But no, what I was saying about, I'm going to use that acronym. I'm going to make it into an acronym. Say, seek our studies as what you were saying, going to. It sounds like you giving out a SOS. But you're saying, seek out studies.
Oh, okay. yeah.
Another thing, I hope everybody would take this acronym. I mean, we have to advance our communication amongst each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we heard what you all were saying about a lie, telling a lie. That the lie must have other people to generate itself with. So So with lie, you can say it means to live in error. Use that. So living in error, isn't that what a lie produces? People that live in lies, they always have errors in their life.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm in with this, brothers and sisters. Just like our brother just said just a few minutes ago, Brother Chris. Look here, you all have been through so much in your life. You don't have to go and seek out new old ways in order to give an answer to what is plaguing you right now. Don't you all know that during the Great Depression, black people was actually prospering during that time? What is it that they were doing that caused them to prosper? And this reason why when Uncle Pete brought up about them black farmers, I want to help to give you another view of that.
Yeah, yes.
Remember, during that particular time, black farmers and black people, they were eating well, and they didn't have the problems that the white farmers was having. What were they doing? And let me tell y'all something. Don't you know the very key to your problems right now comes from out of the story of George Washington Carver? That's your key. So stop all this running around. Well, Trump done this, Trump done that. You got a whole bunch of black farmers. They ain't giving a damn about that because they know that it's gonna take unique circumstances in order to thrive and to continue on. A lot of black people are going from farm to table amongst themselves. You all need to stop not seeing yourself as saviors. Because that's exactly what you are, but you don't see yourself as a savior because you're trying to follow those other people who are under judgment right now. They can't even buy a victory now.
All right, DJ. Look, and I want to thank you too because we are going to look. We're going to put feelers out. We're going to discuss Miss Kimberly Ratcliffe, and her farm in Caney Creek. Because that's good information you gave me. DJ was listening Friday when we talked about the black farmers. I'm doing a whole thing on black farmers right now. Good. And there are some success stories, and there's a success story right here in Houston about a woman who's she's farming successfully, and we'll see how she's doing in 2026.
We got to figure out how to get the black farmers in Third Ward and Sunnyside and North Houston so we can actually start eating farm to table. Caller, you're on.
Hey,
Bobby Ray.
Mr. Ferris. The writer in Proverbs verse number 4 say, there's one thing that you have knowledge, but you have to have understanding. And then you got to have wisdom, Paris, and the right kind of wisdom. So it's one thing we say, I was in the right place, but it was in the wrong time.
Context matters. Yes. Yes,
hey, man, I love y'all. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
Ain't nothing we can do about it.
Okay, we wouldn't want to.
Ain't nothing we can do about it.
We wouldn't want to if we could, Bobby Ray. I tell you, you're a jewel. You are a jewel. We are the source. I'm Ferris. Good morning to all of you.
Houston, we have a problem, and the only man qualified to solve them is Congressman Al Green. Seniority is a priority. Washington, D.C. is trying to buy you and me, but we are not for sale. Stand up. Vote for Al Green. Do not do Trump's dirty work and put another nail in our coffin of our voting rights. This is Tomorrow Bell telling you all to vote for Congressman Al Green for the 18th.
I'm Al Green, and I approve this message.
Early vote, May 18th through the 22nd. Election day is Tuesday, May 26th. Political ad paid for by Keep Al Green in Congress.
Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. Well, I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside? Let's hear what his customers are saying. Michelle writes, Chicken Plus has some of the best fried chicken and best fried okra in the city. We stay about 45 minutes away, but the drive is definitely worth it. E. Max says, the chicken is seasoned so well and every bite has a special crunch. It's my go-to chicken spot when I want homemade fried chicken that's always good. Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Great fried chicken, okra, rice and gravy, desserts. You're going to find it all at Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside. You don't have time to make the drive? Hey, no problem. You can order Chicken Plus on DoorDash and Uber Eats. You better do what you got to do to get your hands on some of that great fried chicken, the best fried chicken in the city. Great chicken at great prices. That's Chicken Plus. See you there.
WeServiceUnlimited.com. WeServiceUnlimited.com. 833-937-3788. 833-937-3788. Well, hello! It's getting hot in here. You don't need to worry or have no fear, 'cause we serve. We serve you. Fix anything you think is nothing we can't do, 'cause we serve. We serve you. We serve you. Oh, we serve.
Big job, small job. Call We Service Unlimited, 833-937-3788. Or go to WeServiceUnlimited.com.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hi, I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental, 713-738-1999.
In life's most difficult moments, comfort matters. At Lord Edward Memorial, we believe every life is a blessing worth honoring with dignity and care. With a combined 60 years of experience, our compassionate staff walks beside your family with faith, respect, and understanding. Lord Edward Memorial, serving families with grace, compassion, and heartfelt care. Visit us at 6677 Rookin Street, Houston, 77074, or give us a phone call at 346-446-6675.
Force Industries Irrigation is now Aquamatic Irrigation, and Michael Von Williams is still your point of contact. Michael has over 27 years' experience in the irrigation industry and is licensed and call Aquamatic Irrigation at 346-476-9065. If you don't have a lawn sprinkler system, give Aquamatic Irrigation a call to have your automatic lawn sprinkler system installed. Enjoy your lawn and improve your property value. In order to keep your lawn and landscaping in excellent condition, Aquamatic Irrigation also offers routine maintenance programs to check the system for leaks, proper controller settings, and sprinkler head alignment. Call Aquamatic Irrigation, your sprinkler company, 346-476-9065, or visit our website at www.aquamaticirrigation.net.
From the backwoods of Mississippi to the bright lights of Chicago.
And leaving would be the last thing on my mind if I could turn back the hands of time.
From the backwoods of Arkansas to the bright lights of Chicago. A 1969 #1 million seller.
Baby, can I change my mind?
A 1969 #1 million seller.
Who's making love to your old lady? Oh, you, I'm
TD.
So good to be home with you.
JT.
Only my woman can.
Tyrone Davis. Johnny Taylor.
I wanna play something pretty, baby.
It's a classic showdown. Coming soon on 1230 KCOH. The Source.
All right, we're going to be joining Tips from Gilbert right here on The Source. Good morning to you. We thank you so much for being here with us, ladies and gentlemen. It's 11 in the morning right here on The Source on a Monday. Hey, get caught up with my guy. Get caught up with my guy, Sherman. And we're both going to get run out of here. Let's join Tips from Gilbert, ladies and gentlemen, right here on The Source this morning. We do thank you so much for being here with us. Thank you so much for being in here with us this morning.
This is Gilbert Andrew Garcia of A Tip from Gilbert, talk, inspiration, and prayer. Listen to my show every Monday from 11 to 12 on KWWJ 1360 AM, KYOK 1140 AM, KCOH at 1230kcoh.com, Sankeet Radio at 95.1 FM, 1460 AM, and Latino Sports, KEYH 850 AM. Call in at 832-570-8075 and follow me on social media. See you then.
A Tip from Gilbert, Mondays 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source.
And my son, it's actually my last full week on city council, and they're going to be coming to council, so I can really acknowledge my husband and my son for being so incredible, because it's a sacrifice for them too.
Well, we're talking a lot about it, but I wanted to ask you about it, so I'll just go to the question and then you can elaborate even more. Let's face it, you're a very high-powered lawyer. You're now going to be the new county attorney, and we'll talk about that in a moment here in about a month. And now you've been on council for a long time, and you're a wonderful wife and an incredible mother. How do you do that? There must be three of you, because how do you do it? And it's such a juggling act. And what advice do you have for young mothers out there?
Yeah, it's not easy. And I think what I have tried to bring to the table very publicly is how challenging it actually is. I mean, we just take the example of pregnancy, for example. You talk about, pregnancy, you're glowing. No, we're sweating. Like, we're hot. It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But just to be open about all of the challenges that I go through, because none of us are perfect, and parenting is not perfect. And what I learned very early on in my pregnancy, I said, how the hell do other women do this?
Right.
And how do parents do this? And for single moms out there, they're my heroes.
Right.
They're superwoman. But I think it's about being open and honest, that we do the best we can and we fall short, but we keep trying. And that finding a way to continue to be as committed as I am to making a difference in our community, and at the same time my commitment to my son, that he wants for nothing, that he knows love, and at the same time, I explain to him often, he'll say, Mommy, like, I don't want you to go or stay home
Right.
with me. And I say, well, there's a lot of other kids that I'm fighting for too. And we have to do this for them too.
Well, let me. You know, 10 years old, were you walking the halls of middle school saying, one day I'm going to do this, one day I'm going to be a public servant? Or did
Something
it just,
like
did it
that.
just happen?
My dad, first off, my family is everything to me. My father, my mother inspired me, and it was always about what are you going to do to make a difference in the world? That's always the question I was asked. Dinner table conversations were not, oh, what did you play at school today? It was, what's happening in the world right now? But my daddy took me in to vote with him when I was a little girl at our
Oh, how
neighborhood
great.
polling location at Hunters Creek Elementary. And I fell in love with the democratic process. I just was fascinated by it. And you fast forward to middle school. I'm in middle school during the 2000 election, and we get assigned, you know, to follow it and watch the debates. And then lo and behold, Bush v. Gore happens. And we are on a middle school trip to D.C., and my best friend and I convinced our middle school teachers to forego our tour of the Smithsonian to go to the Supreme Court. And we stood outside with all the protests that were happening. And I saw Jesse Jackson march and give his speech. And yet again, fascinated by the democratic process. And then you fast forward again to my first day of college, move-in day into the dorms in Louisiana. I know your son just graduated from LSU. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I was at Tulane. Move-in day into the dorms was evacuation day for the city of New Orleans during Katrina. And I evacuated, but I was volunteering as the first buses were coming into the Astrodome from the Superdome. Seeing every level of government fail. Seeing people left to die because they were poor and black rocked my world and shattered my very naive perception of America at that time. And at the same time, Katrina was made worse because of climate change. It was the first time we could point on U.S. soil and say, because of climate change, this was made worse. So it just propelled me into this new realm of engagement that really focused at the local level, because that's where you can make such a profound difference.
It's at the local level, without a doubt.
It's where the rubber meets the road. It's the day-to-day interactions that you have. And in law school in D.C., I was at the DNC in voter protection. I thought I was going into environmental law, right? Because I was you know, advocating to address climate change. And Shelby County versus Holder happens the day before my birthday as I'm in voter protection at the DNC. And that was, again, this kind of life-altering moment where I really started to focus on civil rights and voting rights right here in Texas, and that's what actually brought me home.
My goodness. It was destiny. In other words, it didn't just happen. You were like, your whole life has been prepared for this.
I don't know.
When you look back at it.
I don't know about destiny, but I do believe in staying true to your commitment and finding that path. And there's so many people along the way that guide you and support you. And again, even through parenting, finding a way to make sure that you are still you and you have that expression of who you are. And for many people, that comes in a lot of different forms. For me, it's service. It's helping that senior when there's a power outage get to safety so they're not overheating. It's working with neighborhoods to make sure that their homes don't flood again. The list goes on, but I'm very lucky that I have that opportunity.
How wonderful. You know, I'm going to date myself now, and you're going to go, what? I was young Gilbert Garcia at Yale, and I was the head of the Democratic Party and all these sorts of things, and I was a ward committee chairman, if you can believe that, for the city of New Haven. But I was a delegate to the Democratic National Convention for Walter Mondale. And that was a convention where Mario Cuomo did the keynote, and that was where Jesse Jackson had a big, stage. And I remember seeing their speeches and writing, and I remember that Mario Cuomo's looked kind of, so-so, but his delivery was extraordinary. And it just goes to show you the power of the delivery. And then you read Jesse Jackson's. Not only was his delivery incredible, but it read like poetry. And I knew Reverend Jackson, and we supported him and all his things that he would do. We met with him many, many times. And what's interesting is I know a different side of him. See, most people know him as a civil rights icon and all those. I know him as the boardroom person that would go to Wall Street and bang on the door to say, you need more diversification on your boards. And he would he would strike fear in these companies if they didn't change. And he was incredible. And I remember meeting with him very vividly, say, Gilbert, don't forget, he goes, think of it like an apple tree. He goes, my job is to shake the tree so the apples fall down, and your job is to pick them up. And I'll never forget when he told me that. But what an extraordinary person. I don't know if we have that clip of him, if you can find it, when we have him speaking about what it is to be a Democrat. But before we do that, we have a caller already. Was there an Ernie on the line? Ernie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here on a happy Monday, Gilbert. Happy Monday, Abby.
Well, you have us and on a tip from Gilbert with Abby Kamen. And I know you sent me a text or an email or something. And please tell us all about early voting and what day and everything else, because I know you wanted me to make sure I talked about it, and let's do it.
Yes, I do. And I know Abby knows it's important. Abby's my buddy. We go to Central Market at the same time. I don't know how we do it, but we meet at the Central Market all the time.
She's got a Central Market right there in her hand.
I'm holding my Central Market tea at the moment.
I say, I don't know how we do it, but we always go at the same time. And when I need something, I can tell her real quick because I got her in person.
Amen.
And I have to say, both of you are great leaders because you have really spun off on each other. When Gilbert supported you, Abby, for the last 3 years in your beautiful Levy Park Summerfest, and I worked it, so I know, and it's hot as heck out there. But Abby was over there treating the people great by having a Summerfest and doing a dog walk where you get the best dressed dog, and Abby was out there talking, and she puts her money where her mouth is. She really understands the public, and I appreciate you for that, Abby. Thank you. I know Gilbert does too, because only reason that we supported that Levy Park's effort was because of you. And we know that the goodness that you do. So we appreciate that. And I will say, to the voters out there to please go vote. Monday through Friday is early voting, and we have 48 sites. All you have to do is go to Vote Houston, and they will show you the locations. Maybe it's not one down the street from your house, but we have 48 locations, and you need to find one because this is an important vote, and no vote is too small. So you've got to look at it as an important effort at this time, and I'm hoping that everybody will, if they can't early vote, they'll vote on the 26th of May. I know it's after Memorial Day, but get up, get off the couch, go vote.
And I know that people somehow, and I'm just how they say a regular Joe, I'm a regular Gilbert. And at the end of the day, I'm exhausted with all these elections. I mean, and think about CD 18. And there's all these things, and the confusion of a primary, and there's not a primary, and then we just had a District C election, and somehow, and I'd like to think I'm educated, but my goodness, I guess the key is this: we got one more to go, then comes a general in November. Yep. Am I right on that?
One more to go. Look, the confusion is by design. Let's be clear. As a CD 18 resident,
yep.
I have not had representation for nearly a year.
Wow.
Now we do, and Congressman Menifee, former county attorney who did incredible work at the county attorney's office. But before we dive into that, Ernie, I just want to say thank you so much for making sure that elections are top of mind, for your engagement, like so many others. It's a lot of work with very little to no recognition when people are out in the community engaging folks in our democracy at a time when, as we're seeing, the forces at will, the federal and state level, are trying to suppress that vote and trying to suppress the voices of people who have a right to that voice. So Ernie, I just want to thank you, and thank you for bringing up Families with Pride. A huge shout out to Gilbert and his team. We have a lot of sponsors that engage. It's this family-friendly celebration that is absolutely incredible. It's taken off, but Gilbert, you've been there since pretty much the start of this thing, so I'm very grateful. But again, Ernie, thank you for everything you and others do to engage residents, because voting matters. So Gilbert, to your point, yes, confusing. We have one more. This election that's coming up that Ernie is talking about is for the primary runoffs. So for different parties, so for the Republican primary and the Democratic primary, the runoffs for that, and then the winners of those go on to the November general, the midterm elections.
And so to be clear, I think what's on the ballot is county attorney, excuse me, I'm sorry, apologize, county judge, both on the Democrat and Republican side, I guess CD 18.
CD 18,
right.
And again, it depends on where you live.
Right.
There's other state races.
Right.
There railroad commissioner, which is actually a really important position. And I want to call that out because one of the candidates has spewed anti-Semitic remarks publicly. And even our Lieutenant Governor, Dan Patrick, has called that out. Yep. And I want to recognize that because we're seeing not just divisive rhetoric right now, but dangerous, hateful, not just language, but attacks on communities that are absolutely unacceptable.
And somehow, you always knew, as a Latino, you always know there's underlying feelings out there, but somehow it's now okay
it's normalized.
to just like say these mean things and to treat people poorly. It's just like it's okay, but it's not okay.
It's absolutely disgusting. It's un-American, and it's not who we are or who we should be. Houston and Harris County is the most diverse city in the country. Our diversity is our strength, not just in the beautiful fabric and the cultures and the food. You think we got to be the best food city in around without our diversity? It's just our economy, all of it is based on that, and we have to start pushing back.
Amen to that. And so Ernie, early vote is now through Friday, you said?
Yes, sir.
And then when is election day?
Tuesday, the 26th. It's the day after Memorial Day. People, do something.
Well,
this is an important election.
And you can vote at any polling location in Harris County. So whether it's the one near your home or the one near your work.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for saying that.
You can do that.
You can go anywhere.
And we need Anise Parker to be elected because let me tell you, if we have any problems in the summer, you better hope to heck she's in charge because she knows what to do when we have problems. And when this city is going disruptive and Centerpoint isn't showing up, Anise will get on the phone and she will drive over there and she will make people get to work. Yeah. We need Anise Parker.
Well, that's my mayor.
Anise is terrific, and as you said, Ernie, what matters is who's going to show up for you.
Amen. Well, Ernie, thank you for calling in. And call in anytime. Charlotte, I can see you said vote or any polling place. I know you said something earlier about Anise Parker on one of your earlier texts. So thank you very much, Charlotte, for tuning in. I'm going to keep going because it's interesting, Abby, because I know earlier you're very interested in things about other countries and how their governments work and so forth. I was in Peru during their election, not for the election, but I was there. And what's very interesting is it is mandatory to vote there, mandatory, or else you get a fine. And then if you get a fine, they'll find you and make sure they collect. It's unbelievable. So the turnout is just like off the charts. In contrast here, it's almost like, how can we make it so difficult? The land of the free, home of the brave, and all that democracy. God, I mean.
Well,
Go, please.
Take IDs, for example. There's this whole debate about voter ID, and I don't think there's anybody out there that doesn't agree about the importance of election integrity. But when you get into the nuance of it, for example, Texas's voter photo ID law, which I was involved in the challenges to that litigation. We actually did a documentary to try to help individuals get their IDs, not just so they can vote, so they can live.
Mm-hmm.
And the hurdles that are put in place, the cost, the number of documents you need, the cost of those documents, but then, okay, it's Texas, and if you're a senior citizen and you were born in a rural part, those records may not exist because, for example, in one town, the facility holding those records burned down and they weren't digital. So for a lot of folks, it's hard to wrap your head around what hurdles are being put in front of people, but there are a lot. And we've got to do a better job of making voting accessible, and representation matters. You're seeing the Voting Rights Act has been blown to pieces. I thought Shelby County versus Holder, when they eviscerated Section 5 when I was in law school, was bad. What we're seeing now, I mean, the state of Louisiana is declaring a state of emergency to redraw when people have already cast votes.
Can you imagine that? What happened to the will of the voters?
Unfortunately, I can't imagine it because it's happening. And we're seeing one side just absolutely sowing fear, sowing mistrust. And when you start to chip away at the trust of our democratic process, you start to chip away at democracy. And that's what this is all about right now, is standing up and fighting and protecting democracy and the right of the American people.
These are scary times. But we have another caller. Is there a Natalia there? Natalia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You got me, a tip for me, Talk, Inspiration, and Prayer with Abby Kamen, Council Member District C. What do you got for us?
Hi, Ms. Kamen. I wanted to know, what's the decision that you've made in office that taught you something unexpected about the city of Houston?
That's a really good one. We'll take some recent examples. There's been a few votes on council, and I want to say that I, up front, love my colleagues dearly, and I think it is okay to disagree. I think those conversations are very important. But what we don't get to disagree on is the rule of law and respect for the law and honoring the law and following the law. And there's been a lot of headlines around ICE recently and the debate over whether the city of Houston should do something, shouldn't do something. But I was taken aback by how quickly the city of Houston has capitulated to Greg Abbott and the attack on local control, whether it's on paint for crosswalks.
Can you imagine that? Like, there's nothing more important
better to do, but it was also like, these are public right-of-ways, and nobody challenged the governor's authority to intervene in that way. And nobody is standing up and saying, hang on a second, what does the law say? And how do we follow the law? And that has been very surprising. I think it's a larger pattern that we're seeing throughout the country, where things are just being pushed through very quickly without the opportunity for the public to engage, for the public to understand, and for the public to weigh in.
What's interesting to me, and stay with us, Natalia, what's interesting to me is, you always hear, and it's not just Greg Abbott, it's governors in general, always complain about the interference of the federal government and all the federal government. But that's exactly what Austin is doing to Houston. it's kind of like, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Or I don't know if that's the right saying, but at the end of the day, don't you think that, the double standard that exists there somehow?
It's the party of local control has abandoned that concept. And they are not just interfering with local control, they're creating all of these unfunded mandates that are burdening the city of Houston and other cities throughout Texas and putting us in a even more precarious financial situation. But the state level interference, one of the reasons that when I was looking at Harris County Attorney and how important this role is it is that line of defense against the state, but it is more and more and more about defending from state interference. If you look back at Harvey recovery and disaster response, the state's intentional diversion of hundreds of millions of dollars from the areas hardest hit by Harvey that the federal government said direct those dollars to, and the state diverted it elsewhere. And we see example after example, this constant and inappropriate, harmful hostility towards cities in Texas.
How do we get the public to be more aware of these things? We got shows like this one, and we try to educate people, but I don't think people really know that these things go on.
Well, I think we have to be having conversations. Houston is a very, rightfully so as it should be, business-friendly town. And when you're about business, you don't necessarily get into the politics of it. But when we stop having those conversations about how things impact us personally, how this policy or what you're seeing or this is what you're worried about, we shut off those opportunities to really engage. And one of the things being in government that has hurt the most to see is the breakdown of civility. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of that has to do with social media. It is very easy to be an online warrior and to say these things behind a screen. And we've stopped having conversations. We've thrown up labels and names. And remember, a lot of these things online are bots. It's nation state interference from other countries and the brainwashing that is happening. We've got to start connecting one-on-one with people.
Well, I'm going to come to that in 1 second. I have a thing to say on that. But Natalia, do you have anything else for Miss Abby?
No, that was a great way of explaining that. I'm sure that takes a lot of patience and practice to get to that level of balance. So thank you for going over that.
Well, thank you so much for calling in. And everybody, please keep those calls coming in. 832-570-8075. Abby, we talked about this whole thing of disconnecting or, the bots, et cetera. What's interesting to me is I was out the other day with my wife, and we were having dinner, and I am an empty nester now, and I'm miserable. We'll talk more about that in a moment, because my princess, my only daughter, is now gone at UChicago. But we were at dinner, and we just casually observed a table next to us, and there were like 5 people there, a family, having dinner. But are you ready for this? They were all on the phone.
Yeah.
They were all on the phone. They weren't even looking at each other. They weren't even saying anything to each other. And I bet you they were going to leave and all think, boy, we had a great time at dinner together. But really, they were all on the phone.
And the studies that are coming out are showing, especially in young children and young adults, huge impacts to your neurological patterns and your memory and your ability to retain information. So there's all these studies coming out about, the harms of online. Now, online has also connected us in ways we could never imagine. I think it's really how we use it. And that's not to say there's no shade to the parents that break the emergency glass and give their kids an iPad if you need it, right? And I respect that. One of the things I learned becoming a new mom was I had all these judgments about how, I'm never going to do that.
Right. I'm never going to be one of those
moms. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I get this.
Yep.
So, but we do try to limit our son's screen time. And really, like when we sit down, if he'll sit down. There's a lot of running around and chasing the feed.
I know, I've been there.
But just connecting, the ability to make eye contact with someone and have those conversations, even if it's not about a very serious issue, we've got to be more intentional.
Back to that, I'm not going to be one of those moms or one of those dads. I remember when I was again, long time ago when I did not have kids, you would see people that had kind of like a leash on their kid. And I would say, I'm not going to be one of those. But you know what? Those kids, before you know it, they bolt. I remember we would be at like Walmart and stores like that. And I would say, because I have one son that's just always into mischief. And I'd say, where's Benjamin? And we're all looking around. Where's Benjamin? He must have been no more than 5 years old. And we're all panicking. And then we hear, excuse me, we have a little lost boy. His name is Benjamin. And he would like to, a Walmart has those things, those racks with they're like circular with all those shirts and things on a hanger around it. He would like to be in the middle of that and hide. And so I remember saying, I'm not going to be one of those parents with a leash, but you know what? Sometimes you got to have a leash. So no, I totally get it. We have another caller already. What was that name there? Is there a Jordan there? Jordan, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You have me, Gilbert Garcia, with Miss Abby Kamen. And what do you got for Miss Abby or for me?
Yes, I had a question for Miss Abby. If you have, what's a women-focused policy you're most proud of working on?
These are good questions today.
There you go.
Jordan, thank you for the question. So being the first woman to be pregnant on council, I talked a little bit about how rough my pregnancy was. And most people don't know this. Council members are part-time. So I say that at the outset because none of the benefits.
They're meant to be part-time, but they really aren't. But keep going.
It's full-time plus, yes. Yeah. But we're deemed part-time, so none of the benefits that I'm about to talk about apply to me, and I want to make sure people know that. But the importance of being able to, as a mother, in a state that has the highest rate of maternal mortality in the country, to make sure that we're taking care of women and families. And I worked with our unions, with city employees, and with Mayor Turner. First, we created the first ever Women's Commission for the city of Houston, and that brought together experts from all around the city. And the first charge that I had worked on with the mayor, and we gave them the first charge of creating the first paid parental leave policy for the city of Houston. And I worked very closely with them, again, with our unions, with our city employees, and we created the first ever paid parental leave and prenatal wellness policy for all 25,000 employees. But what's so important about it, and the reason I want to share it, is because in the private sector, they can really push this, and I hope it takes on. One, Gilbert, you know this, parental leave is not a vacation.
Mm-hmm. That's right. No.
It is probably one of the most exhausting, frightening, stressful times of your life.
In fact, you probably say, I can't wait to go back to work.
It's there's nothing like it.
Right.
And to be worried about your paycheck. So we had employees and a lot of employees, because you just get FMLA. So if you've earned enough vacation time, you can get a paycheck. But if you've used up that vacation time, yes, you're allowed 3 months leave or X number of weeks, but if you're not getting a paycheck, you can't support your family. So we found a lot of parents having to go back right then, or like the dad switching to a night job, so that the mom could stay home at, with the kids some of the time at night because she was working. Dad would work nights. It's just not sustainable. So we created a separate bank of paid leave for parents.
Oh, how wonderful.
Plus, on top of that, 1 year, either parent has time off to take their child to those appointments the first year, those doctor's appointments, because we want that kid to be healthy too. And again, you shouldn't have to take your vacation. You shouldn't have to take your sick leave to recover from delivery, from birth, from taking care of your child. And then on top of that, again, middle of the pandemic, a lot of women have complications and difficulty, but we saw that pregnant women were either having to grin and bear it through complications when the doctor's saying, no, we really don't think you should go to work, because they couldn't take that leave. They needed to save it for when they gave birth so they could take time off. So we created a separate bank of pregnancy wellness leave. Every woman should be able to get to their doctor's appointment, their checkup, or take care of anything that they need for the health of them or their future child, and not worry about that.
Amen to that.
So that is the model that we created. Now, we still have a big gap. There's a lot of folks that either are caring for a spouse are caring for an elder parent, and we don't have time off for that yet, and that's a challenge.
That'll
for
be
folks.
next. Jordan, I'm going to cut you off. I so apologize, but thank you so much for your question, because we have Congressman Al Green on the line, and let me get the congressman on. But Jordan, thank you for calling in. Congressman, are you there?
Hello, Congressman? Okay, let me put Gilbert, one moment.
Congressman Al Green. Congressman, can you hear me? Congressman Al Green.
Yes.
How are you there, Congressman?
Oh, man, I am better than I deserve, and I have some great news.
Well,
since I last talked to you, the Honorable Craig Washington has joined our effort. He is with us.
Oh, how fantastic. How fantastic.
Yes.
Well, you're on a roll, my friend. We have my guest here, Abby Kamen, who you probably know well, of course.
Hi, Congressman.
I know quite well. Quite well. The county attorney, I might add.
Yeah, upcoming.
June 15th.
Come June 15th. But, Congressman, since I have you, first of all, how's it going on the campaign trail for you?
Momentum is building. I think things are going well. Martin King III was here yesterday. He and I went to churches together, and we did something very special. We went out to the statue over in the park, at Herman Park, where, well, actually it's McGregor Park.
Right.
Where his father's statue is. And he gave a speech there. And after that, we went out to Bishop Dixon's church. We traversed the neighborhoods. So things are going very well. We've got a lot of luminaries and very important people who have decided that this is the campaign they want to be associated with. And I'm so proud and pleased that they're doing it, and grateful. I'm just grateful. This is a wonderful thing to see developing. And I assure you that we're going to be right there on election day, and you're going to be proud of the results.
Amen. I'm going to give you a factoid. That statue, I remember vividly because, of course, the federal government, through their grant and through all the process of how we did things, Metro's the one that put that statue there. And it was Congresswoman, your colleague, and you, that Sheila Jackson Lee, that said,
the Congresswoman.
That's right. You got to make sure you put that there. And I want it to be big and beautiful. And so we thank you for making sure that happened. And so that was just tremendous. Well, Congressman, real quick, I just wanted to get your view about this whole thing. I don't have all the facts yet, but apparently we now got some information about Donald Trump, the president, and all the trades he's been doing. And my goodness, I wish I could do all those trades. And can you imagine all the all the information he had that the public doesn't have to make those trades?
Yes, it's the trades that he's made, but it's also this dastardly proposal that he's made to receive money from the federal government that he would be allowed to reimburse people. He's calling it retribution, somehow to give people money for some egregious offense that they may have suffered at the hands of the government. But he wants to do it in a very esoteric way. He doesn't want to tell us who the people are that will be the recipients. Just give him $1 billion and he'll distribute it as he chooses. This is so ridiculous. It's the epitome of ridiculosity, not anything that I would sign on to. And I just signed on to a bill today to prevent that from happening. Moulton and our own Congresswoman right here in Houston is on the bill, and I'm just proud to be associated with it. I'm talking about Lizzie Fletcher. I'm proud to be associated with it. This president went with some of his best investors to a summit that would have hopefully allowed us to bring an end to a war. But instead, he managed to get a few hundred planes for a company and to insult Taiwan by stepping back from strategic ambiguity, which is the policy that we've been having with Taiwan for years and years and years, and with China. Pardon me, I'm at the airport out here, plane going overhead. We're here to honor the Honorable Sheila Jackson Lee with a special tribute and naming Terminal E in her honor.
Which we on council had voted for. It was very special. Yes.
Yeah. It was done today. Beautiful ceremony. But just to put a period to what I was saying, he has caused strategic ambiguity to become something less than the potent weapon it was, because China would not know what our move would be. But he has pretty much stated that he's not interested in saving Taiwan if America is at risk. And that kind of statement does not help the people who have helped us. Those chips that they make, they're the best in the world. In fact, they're the only people that make a good many of the products that they produce. And they've been our friends. And he is quietly and subtly, not so subtly, abandoning our friends. So I'm with you. I'm very much concerned about what he has done that we don't know about that will line his pockets even further.
My goodness. Well, Congressman, keep fighting the good fight and keep doing the Lord's work. And we wish you so much great success here on the campaign.
And it's
well, thank you so much.
Thank you, Congressman. And look, we talked earlier about CD18 and redistricting, and I want to recognize the position that fighters like Congressman Green, fighters like Congressman Menifee have been put in, where they're forcing
Going to spend $5 billion more. Those ads that you see are being paid for by the crypto industry, and I just want people to understand that that kind of money, they expect something in return. But I thank you so much for allowing me this moment.
Well, please call in again, Congressman, and thank you for all the hard work that you do for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Yes, sir. We have another caller here, and that is...
Speaking of strong women.
Yeah, here we go. Here it comes. Anise Parker, are you there? Mayor Anise Parker, are you there? Anise Parker, welcome to the show. How are you there? Mayor, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm out at the West Gray polling location, the multi-service center, about to go in with some of my friends and cast my vote. First day of early voting. I know everybody's called into you today has been emphasizing that, but it's a very short window for the runoff with just 5 days of early voting. So we want people to get out and get out early and get it done.
Mayor, is this like the shortest early vote we've ever had? Because it just seems like every time I turn around, there's an election.
Short
and
vote.
It's very short.
And no weekend.
And no weekend.
Yes.
My goodness.
Yes.
This is like,
Yes.
How can we find a way to make sure nobody votes?
Exactly. Exactly. But this is one where it's the Republicans and the Democrats have the same problem, but it's all part of a larger pattern. We spent years trying to make it easier and easier to vote, and now they've tried to, we're going in the other direction. But the good news is it's a very short ballot, actually on both sides. Now, obviously, I'm a Democrat and I'm running in the Democratic primary, but it's a short ballot in both primaries. So people can get in and get out and go on about their day, but doing it in early vote and not waiting until the Tuesday after Memorial Day, which is a terrible day.
Golly.
You have actually voting day. It just makes a lot of sense. Get it over with.
Well, Mayor, I happen to have seen you, and by the way, we have Abby Kamen here with us.
Hey, Mayor.
And I happen to have
Hey.
seen with you, Mayor, you were on some social media thing, and I just want to say you have some good moves. You're out there doing some salsa dancing or something. You had some good moves, Mayor. And I thought to myself, my God, that's my mayor right there.
I have enthusiasm. I don't know if I have good moves, but when the music's playing and the good Latin beat, I can't stand still.
Well,
I have to move.
Well, let's ask you that. I know you got a lot to do and you want to get that vote in, but let me ask you this. How's the turnout? Are people there? Are there a lot of candidates there? Or what's happening?
It's kind of slow but steady. There are no lines. I don't think there are any lines anywhere, but there's a steady stream of people in and out. I think it's going to be a very low turnout. It's not going to be as terrible as the District C runoff that the city had, but I think it'll gradually build during the course of the week. But it's not going to be overwhelming numbers. I think a lot of people are just they shot their wad at the in the primary, and they're not as concerned about the runoff. The primary was something like 3 times the number of people showed up on the Democratic side as anybody expected, and they were people who voted in November but decided to come out early. I just don't see them coming out, so this is going to be more of the traditional Democratic primary voters, the hardcore Democratic primary voters, and I think I'll do well with him, so I'm excited.
Well, how do you
be here.
How do you feel? How do you feel? Do you feel like that song? I feel good.
I feel good, but I will not feel. I won't be celebrating until after the last vote is counted next Tuesday. I have had an average of a 20-point lead in every head-to-head poll that's been done with my opponent since last June. But polls don't vote; people vote, and so we are not slacking off one bit. We're doing a full campaign, and she's competing hard, as am I. I am confident of victory, but I'm also not taking any chances.
And I can attest. I mean, Mayor Parker has been out there hitting the pavement.
Yeah, she's everywhere
every single day. We know how hard of a worker she was for Houston as our mayor. How hard she has fought. At the national level for communities, and she's just not slowing down. It's incredible. And Mayor, my hat's off to you, not just in terms of the campaign that you're running and how, she's talking to every single person, and it's not just talking. She listens. She really listens.
Thank you.
And if
I do my best.
You are incredible, and the skill, the knowledge, but the compassion that she will bring to the county judge's role.
And there's probably
something
no
I'm very
one
excited for.
better equipped than Mayor Parker to be county judge, without a doubt.
Well, in terms of local government
she's true.
experience, thank you. Tried, tested, and true. There, local government experience for sure. But I do pride myself on being present, because that's something that I have been concerned about. It's good to be able to stand in front of cameras and communicate. And frankly, I can only speak English, and I respect that the current county judge can speak in Spanish to so many of the constituents that need to hear that. But it's not enough to stand in front of cameras. You have to be in community. You have to be talking to real people and seeing for yourself what the conditions are on the ground across the community, and I've always done that, and that is a hallmark of the campaign, and I know that pays off too.
Well, soon it's going to be County Judge Anise Parker. So everyone, please come out and vote. And Mayor, you got my vote, and we'll see you next time. We'll just have you please call in all the time. Let us know what's happening.
And I'm just excited you got our future county attorney. Another 2 weeks or so, and she'll be in office, and looking forward to working with Abby Kamen.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's a good reminder, though, just like every vote matters now, we're all still on the ballot in November. And
That's
the
right.
county attorney, even though it's probably one of the most important roles in the entire region, is at the very bottom
No kidding.
of the ballot, past all, you have your, federal,
Yep.
statewide, all the judges, and that's where you start to see a lot of drop off, as you know.
Yep.
And then it's county judge and then county attorney.
Well,
so
make sure
on the
that-
longest ballot in the country. So
That-
we've got a lot of education to do.
That means Harris County, make sure you go all the way down. Marinese
Okay,
Parker.
This time it'll be a short one. November it'll be the long one
Exactly.
again. But show up, get in and out. You can do it in just a couple of minutes. Please come vote. Just vote.
Early
But I
vote
would
is
appreciate
happening
everybody's support.
right now.
Right now.
Short ballot. Go make it happen. Vote Anise Parker. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. I know we have another caller. Before we go to that caller, I want to just show that LSU, because we went to my son's graduation. My son Benjamin graduated from LSU. And, the thing about kids, they are how they are when they're little, and they are how they are when they get bigger. So let me show you real quick quick photos here. First of all, go back one. So that's how it looks. And then here comes, and you see in the middle, that's my daughter Juju and Benjamin. And Benjamin is, of course, the one with the LSU. And then I have Daniel Thomas. I have my beautiful wife, Andrew, and, of course, his beautiful wife, Melissa. And so with Abby Kamen. And what do you got for us?
Well, I was calling on behalf of the Greater Houston Justice Coalition under Johnny Mata. I am the Director of Education. We hold a press conference last week with everything that's going on, the discrimination against students with disabilities and HISD. I am a parent of an autistic child, and I was listening to you guys, especially Miss Abby, that said, as mothers, we don't know. We don't have a manual. They don't tell us how to raise our children. And especially a child that is born with a disability, we are navigating the system, especially in the Latino Hispanic community. They don't know how to file a complaint against, the Department of Texas Education Agency. So we are community advocates that have raising a serious concern regarding the treatment and the educational placement and support services that are being provided to these students with disabilities. Well, we met this past week with Congressman Al Green and Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, and we are trying to request a congressional investigation of the oversight regarding the special education practices in Houston ISD. I want to see, how is Harris County going to help these families? How can we better support our parents, including myself, that have students with, children with disabilities, navigate this system that it's very discriminating, because they're separating them from their non-disabled peers, and they're failing to provide an equal educational opportunity to them.
Well, you know what I'd like to do, because that is such a great topic. I think that deserves a show. So I want to get through these elections here, and let me get you on the show to talk about it. How do you feel about that?
Great, I would love to, yes.
Yeah, let's devote a whole show to it, rather than go through it now and not give it the justice it deserves and the right attention. So I'm just going to have you on. Just call my number back here after the show, my producers, and we'll get you on the calendar.
Great.
And
Thank
I
you.
do want to say thank you,
Mhm.
thank you for the voice you're providing, not only for your children, but for the thousands of other families in HISD right now. We've seen what's happening with the state takeover, not just from our teachers, but from our parents. I've sat in on some of those meetings where parents are trying to testify, to come forward in good faith and say, we need this help. And it's not just heartbreaking. We're seeing the breaking apart of our public education system. And
Correct.
again, I go back to the foundation of American democracy is our public school systems. And especially for our children with disabilities, and I've done a lot of work trying to bring attention even to West Gray Multi-Service Center, our largest polling location in the county, but it's also the where our disability community and their families get a lot of the public services that aren't available anywhere else. And then you look in our schools and what's happening now in HISD. So I just want to thank you for keeping this issue at the forefront, because there are also, you know, when we talk about issues around what Trump is doing right now, thousands of children are not showing up to school. We have disability families that are struggling and are being cut out, but we also have thousands of children that are not going to school out of fear.
Well, Dr. Castillo, I'm going to have you on. So just call my producers after, and you know what? Let's tee up that music. Are you ready for this? The show's over.
I can't believe
it's already been an hour.
I mean, time flies when you're having fun.
Can you believe it?
It's incredible. Look, the work that you do, the voices that you bring, and I just want to say, because it's my last week on council, full week, I'm so grateful to the residents, not just of District C, but of Houston, for working with me, whether it was on advocating for domestic violence survivors. We're going to have a report out at the end of this week that covers a lot of the work that we've done, but also work that needs to continue to do. So please look for that report so we can keep whoever's next accountable.
Well, you know what? I want to have you again because we didn't talk about anything.
I would love to.
I mean, we didn't talk about the county attorney and what are you going to do and what are your top issues. We didn't talk about 911, all the things that people want to do and what they call in, not 911, 311. Yes. But, you know, Carol Burnett had that song that you can hear. Sorry, and before you know it, to say so long. Can you believe it? It's over. Give us the last word. What's the website? How can people get involved, etc.?
Go to abbykamen.com. Please visit the website. And then starting June 15th, go.
We entertain and inform. 1230 KCOH, The Source. Ralph Cooper has covered the legends of HBCUs since 1969. Coaches Eddie Robinson, Jake Gaither, Marino Cassim, John Merritt, Billy Nix, Alex Durley, Clifford Paul, Dr. Rod Page. No broadcaster has covered HBCUs longer than Ralph Cooper, Houston's legendary sportscaster, on 1230 The Source.
In life's most difficult moments, comfort matters. At Lord Edward Memorial, we believe every life is a blessing worth honoring with dignity and care. With a combined 60 years of experience, our compassionate staff walks beside your family with faith, respect, and understanding. Lord Edward Memorial, serving families with grace, compassion, and heartfelt care. Visit us at 6677 Rookin Street, Houston, 77074, or give us a phone call at 346-446-6675.
Hi, I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental 713-738-1999. We entertain and inform. 1230 KCOH, The Source.
All right. Good morning to you. Well, now it's afternoon, Sherman. You said here, good morning to afternoon. I'll tell you, boy, that trip must have been refreshing for you. You came back and...
It was good. It was good. It was fun.
Sherman's been to Tennessee. Almost said Herman. Let me say hello to Herman and Jackie Haley. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Jerry Milligan, Fred Scott. Yes, indeed.
Michael,
and of course,
Harris.
Michael and Yvonne. How are you? Good morning. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. We were just before we left, Sherman, you had mentioned a couple of things I want to bring up here. One was about the separate but equal thing, and we don't have to go over that. We just need to know it was in our background. But you were making an argument about separate but equal, and I wanted to revisit that just to say what the Supreme Court ultimately wound up admitting and saying in 1954. I think it was Topeka versus Brown versus Board, I think. Brown versus Topeka, whatever. Yeah, Brown versus Board of Education. Essentially, is that separate is inherently unequal.
Absolutely.
That's it. Yeah, separate is inherently.
You're not me and I'm not you. We're not equal.
Yeah. And those of us who went to segregated schools, we know that. We know that. We know that. The kids 10 miles away from us got books first. They got more of them. Also, I want to talk about this IRS suit. Department of Justice sets up a $1.7 billion anti-weaponization fund after Trump drops the IRS lawsuit. And this is an interesting story. The Justice Department on Monday announced that it was establishing a $1.776 billion anti-weaponization fund after President Donald Trump moved to dismiss a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS over his leaked tax returns. Justice Department officials announced that Trump and his co-plaintiffs would drop their IRS lawsuit as well as other claims of damages in connection with the 2022 search of Mar-a-Lago and in connection with the Russian collusion scandal in exchange for the creation of this fund, which DOJ said set up a systematic process to hear and redress claims of others who suffered weaponization and lawfare. So what group of friends comes under this? His allies, they say.
Yeah,
sure.
But the thing about this is I don't understand how the IRS would buckle. Except that he's got people in there and they're going to give him what he wants. But
yeah.
I worked everywhere, people. I know you're going to say, yeah, you work. I worked for the IRS for 5 years.
Yeah.
And there was a
That's why one of the things we want you and you to talk about. This is in your wheelhouse here.
Yeah, there was a specific.
How do you do that?
When you work there, the first thing they tell you is if you look at any tax return, your tax return, or your wife's tax return, or your mother or your father's tax return, you can be fired. Wow. Stretched out from that, if you looked at the guy next to you's mother, father, his tax return, or anybody in your row, anybody you looked at, and they had people who specifically monitored that.
So they wanted separation. They wanted to be sure.
They wanted to be sure.
Okay.
They want you to
be sure that you
security.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And the next level of that, and it's what we called consanguinity. And it's a long word, but basically it means, like I said, if as far as family is concerned, it's you, your mother, your father, your brothers and sisters. That's the first degree. Then the second degree might be your aunts and uncles and your cousins. And then the third degree would be the marriage people, and it goes out at it. It's the same process. So,
but they're trying to build a wall between
they're trying to build that wall
because they're trying to avoid collusion, I presume.
Right.
That's okay.
Right. They don't want you taking advantage of somebody else, or they don't want you seeing or correcting your tax return while it's in there. You know, somebody else's tax return.
Yes.
But the biggest thing is, if you looked at anybody famous, anybody, then they need to know. You need to tell somebody, or stop your crew person or your crew leader or your supervisor, whatever, and say, hey, I looked at this guy's tax return. Do I need to tell you about it? Any of those things could get you fired on the spot.
Do you know of anybody who ever deliberately violated?
Atlanta led the nation. They were getting 300 and 400 people a year fired for looking at somebody else's tax return. And I don't know what that was about.
Homey kind of stuff, I guess.
I guess so. I guess so. But that was incredible. I always wondered, why in the world are these people looking at tax returns? When they got a job, they know they can lose their job for doing it. And you're going to actually go in there and look at somebody else's tax return? It's crazy. You stay on task. You look at what you want to do. And all that saying, I don't understand how the IRS is putting themselves at risk for this when the person who did it is the person who should be held accountable for it. And we use that word a lot, but apparently it don't mean anything, being held accountable. But I just don't see how the IRS is being held responsible for this when this person or whoever it was, maybe they're saying they don't know who.
Well, what about this? What about maybe the IRS doesn't have to be worried about being held responsible for it? Because this weaponization fund that they're talking about is going to be used for the allies, and I don't know who they are, of
He's using
President
air quotes,
Trump.
people.
Okay, President Donald Trump. Now, this massive fund, according to reports from credible sources, raises questions given Trump's control over the Justice Department's actions. All right, so he controls the Justice Department and he controls the IRS.
Right.
See, these are stories that people get worked up about one way or another. Either why are you guys not talking about that, or either why are y'all blaming this on Donald Trump? Because this is not a normal action. And you know, I've the more I watch November 3rd approach, these midterm elections approach, I am really ticked and dismayed at the number of people who are comfortable avoiding these revelations, who seem to not want to know that here is a president who seems to be dealing, well, come on, let's be honest, from on the surface the evidence looks like he's dealing in self-enrichment.
It walks like a duck.
and they are comfortable with that. In other words, there are people who, by their own admission, it seems to me, or by tacit admission, tacit approval, to someone making these kinds of moves. In other words, presumably, if there's any integrity to their arguments, then they're saying that they would be okay with any president doing this.
Right.
And I can't believe that.
And you can't, because it's not true.
How would this democracy have lasted this long if it were common practice? Those people had to put those rules in effect because they had some imagination. They could imagine that, damn, it would be very tempting for somebody who's in this position to help out a friend or a neighbor or a relative. I mean, it shouldn't take a lot of imagination to imagine that could happen. So they put up, they instituted safeguards.
The emoluments clause.
Emoluments clause, yeah.
Just take that
and we've long since blown past that.
Long
that,
since.
Yeah, and we've long since passed that because they want to make that. Okay, and now I see on the computer, it's like the dark web has found me here with that story.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is wild now. This is wild. Session blocked for your security.
Okay.
All right. So boy, we're gonna. You know what?
The dark web is seeking you out, huh?
Yeah. Apparently, man. Apparently.
Yeah.
And that's not outrageous now. Now that we know, the president is trying to have disc jockeys. Not disc jockeys. That's not true. What do you call them? Podcasters attacked. About anybody who reports on him, he comes right out now and says it. First Amendment be damned. He wants this person fired. That person should be fired. Eric Trump, I think it is, this weekend, went after another reporter as a matter of fact, he went after Jen Psaki.
Yeah.
Jen Psaki for reporting about his trip to China.
To China. He has
and why is he going to China? He says he doesn't have any business there.
Why is he going? Where's Don Jr. going?
Yeah. Why are they going?
Why are we paying for Elon Musk to go? He don't need us to pay for him.
Yeah. and in addition, he wasn't supposed to be there anyway, according to this judge. He was supposed to check with the judge before he made that trip. But here's where you can see the practical effects of having influence over somebody who is powerful. Now, President of the United States is the most powerful executive in this country, presumably, all right, when it comes to the nation's business. But why tell a judge where you're going if you're going with the president? Because he knows ain't nothing's going to happen to him. He knows that nothing's going to happen to him. And we're just saying, what I'm saying to people is you start normalizing this behavior, what would happen is there's a key question we have to ask ourselves in our lives as we think about things. What would happen if everybody did this? See, that's a seminal question. Yeah, ask when you see something, even when it's something you like or permit, you say, what would happen if everybody just rode down the street and threw their chewing gum wrappers out of the car? Or something small. Think of something small that people get away with and you say, oh, well, there's no harm on that. Just in your mind, just ask yourself the question, what would happen if everybody did that kind of thing? And then this is where you'll know about your own integrity, all right? Because if it's all right for some and not for others, then that means it ought not be done.
It ought not be done.
It ought not be done, particularly when it's wrong. When it's wrong. I mean, unless there's some special context to it. Now, we do know that all people can't be treated the same all the time, but that's why there are rules for that. We make allowances for that.
Well, your rights end where my rights begin.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. You
just don't get to tell a judge. You tell a judge, okay, I'm going, but the president knew I was going, and this judge says, no, wait a minute. This is about the rule of law. This is not actually about your reporting to me because I'm so sensitive. I think you're violating me. I think you're violating the law. And these people who don't want these stories told assail the press. And what do people do when they become dictators or authoritarian figures? They shut down the press and they take control of the military.
Take control of the military.
And he's already got a militia out there, presumably, who works in his favor. We know that because they went to the Capitol. Now, from this lawsuit, the problem is with this lawsuit, what did it say, $1.76 billion, 766 million,
Who's going to get money from that,
1.7?
like you said? Who's going to get that?
Who gets that money? To whom does it go? And it says to his allies, and he wants a board appointed to oversee this department that he appoints 4 members Who wants in a democracy? Who wants to give a president that much power? I don't. I don't give a damn whether it's President Obama, D.L. Hughley, or Dr. King, or you name anybody. There's nobody I like that much that I think should be president of the United States with that kind of power.
This country cannot last.
And I think it's hypocritical. This country cannot survive what it's currently going through. All right.
Like I said earlier, we were talking off mic. What's going to happen 50 years from now? Is the country going to still be here?
Yeah.
Are we still going to have democracy?
And that used to be thought of as hyperbole.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying now for the first time in my lifetime, I grew up saying, these older people are always saying that. And I knew some of it was hype. Because I didn't have I just couldn't imagine. My favorite word was from our generation, we ain't never going back. Because we felt comfortable saying that. Because we knew we weren't going back. But we thought that slogan had all of the power. It doesn't. It doesn't. If you don't, if you take your eye off the ball.
Your back burner of that is we're going forward.
Right.
We ain't never going back, and it just implies that we're going to go forward.
Right.
But the for real is, do you really want to go forward to this?
Because it's not sustainable.
It's not sustainable.
There's no way in the hell that this is that anything good can come out of this. It's just not there.
It's not there. It's not there.
Yeah.
You can't continue to give away millions and billions of dollars like this. I still want to know what happened to the money he took from Argentina, Venezuela, and put over in Dubai. Somewhere. I want to know what happened to that money.
Right.
It's sitting in the Middle East. He knows where it is. There's no telling what he's doing with it.
Yeah,
Can you imagine the interest on even if it's just $500 million? The interest on that definitely could. I take it. I take 2%. It's sitting there doing something, and it's waiting on something, and it's not fair to the people. And it's not fair to us. It's just.
To try to silence. I mean, the hubris, the chutzpah of it, to try to shut down something that you don't agree with. And to do it brazenly to you, and then get paid for it.
Didn't wind up getting money out of it.
You told the people of this country you could run the Justice Department, you could run Congress. You said, the Republicans said, we can run Congress, we can run the House, we can run the Senate, and the president said, and I can run the judicial branch and all of these things, and just give the Republicans what they want. You told us to give you one party and you could get things done, and this is the result of that. This is what we're seeing right now. All right? And it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for health care. It doesn't look good for the economy. It doesn't look good for food. It doesn't look good, and there are people in the Republican Party who are saying as much.
And I'm hungry right now, and I don't want to go out and buy something. We got a caller here, waiting to see what we're doing, what we're talking about. So good afternoon, caller. You're on.
Hey, man, I'm back.
Yep, come on with it.
Hey, listen, I'm a fan of A Few Good Men, right? And I think Tom Cruise, when he's at the table in the courtroom, making the case, against Jack Nicholson, that he was guilty of ordering Code Red, right? And remember when they started, his co-counsel didn't like his strategy, right? They thought he was going up the wrong tree, he was risking his career and everything, right? You remember that scene, right?
I'm trying to remember the movie. I remember You Can't Handle the Truth, but
Jack Nicholson was a lieutenant colonel,
and he was colonel. He'd done something wrong, and Cruise was.
He'd ordered a Code Red. Go ahead.
The Jag.
His co-counsel is what I'm trying to get at. They had disagreement. Okay, initially, right? They had disagreement, and I think and in that disagreement, he was able to, form a better strategy going forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's a role for co-counsel, people who sit in that chair,
Mm-hmm.
not to always be in agreement. I'm talking
Mm-hmm.
about. Yeah, I think there's some value in that.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we try to sharpen our points
I
of
think
view
so.
and get,
Yeah.
and get more
I do.
clarity, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to encourage that. But this thing with Trump, I don't know who holds Trump accountable. I keep saying that from my point of view, I don't know if you guys agree or not. It's not Trump. It's the game. It's not the player. It's the game. It's the game that should be focused on, and where are the where can you make an impact, right?
Yeah.
I think Bo brought something up this morning.
Mm-hmm.
About, and I find it suspicious about politicians being in office almost can head out the door talking about, well, let's put together a money-making operation.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be money making.
Yeah.
But that's
I
the system we're
I
in.
find that suspicious. I don't know if you do it not. I mean, I'm just that kind of. I guess I'm just a suspicious old man. You know what I'm saying? But that's all I got, guys. I don't mind writing checks. But I don't know if it's a good idea to write a check to a politician. If the idea is that the community has some input, I think we should get the agreement before we write the check.
Well, cashier's check, lead a two-line blank. I'll take care of it from there. I'll get it to the right person.
A post-dated check.
No, I ain't going post-dated now. I want a cashier. And don't make it out to nobody.
Yeah, buddy, come on, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Appreciate
All
your
right,
call, man.
You have a great day, man. All right.
Caller, you're on.
Hey, good morning again, guys. Oh, no, it's afternoon, right? Sorry.
It's the next day.
It's more. It's 5 o'clock someplace, right? Let's have a drink. Yeah. Look, let me put it as simply as I can to the audience, ladies and gentlemen. Hear me out. I'm a typical Republican. I don't have any compassion, no empathy. I could care less about the poor. I do what's in my best interest. And laws and regulations, policies, if I can get away with going against them, it doesn't bother me one bit. But what about the good people like Parrish and Sherman who follow principles, do the right thing? At what point do they start stop talking, and go out in the streets, or are they just going to let this country just be gone in terms of the poor will get oppressed and only the people with money and the inside track survive? That type of country. I heard all the bad things about what's going on, and it's not like Paris said for the first time in his life is not hyperbole. He predicted in 50 years, or Sherman said it, or one of you. Surely you guys in the right, in the kind and loving heart that are believing Christianity will do something about it at some point, or will you just let it happen? Other than voting, which I hear a lot. Okay, we're going to vote. We're going to hold everyone accountable. I just want to know, truly. Okay, I spoke from myself, who I am. I'm a low person, good for nothing, idiot. But you guys are smart, intelligent, and is this the show you're talking, or do you really care enough to go out and do something physically, not just vote?
Can I ask you a question, Mike?
Of course you can.
Define fiscal Republican for me.
It can be defined. I'll define I label myself under that. Okay?
I know you did. That's why I want you to define it.
I just said it. I know you know you did. I find it. It's more than that. It's a frame of mind, the mindset, and I just tore myself down. What else do you want from me? And that's the way it is for a lot of people. But answer my question, other than doing a show and getting paid for it or not getting paid for it, or letting people call. And I hear a lot of talk, but no action. The action is.
So you want to know what I have done?
wait a minute. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
I put it simply. Come on, what do you plan to do? Or in 50 years, you'll just let the country go hog wild?
Okay. What do you want me to say other than vote? Because I don't brag on what I've done, who I've helped, and where I've been. I don't do that. I don't think that that's the way to go.
That's cool.
But I have done some things. I have sat on organizations.
Yeah.
I have been president of at least 3 community organizations in Austin and here. I've helped direct younger kids. My first job was working in parks with kids.
Parks and Rec?
Well, not Parks and Rec. It was a community action program.
Okay.
Well, wait.
I believe you.
Yeah.
And the question was not what have you done. And I know.
Well, let me say what I've done.
I'm giving you your due, okay?
Yeah.
I'm saying from here on out, other than vote, and you don't have the numbers, and if it doesn't work out, if it works out, great. You'll have a new Congress, a new Senate, or a control of the Senate control, and the president, and things will change maybe 10 or 20 years. You said that. It's going to take that long. But if it doesn't, then all I'm hearing is you probably won't do anything other than voting and contributing maybe by money, but that won't work, ladies.
That's not. I didn't say the only thing. You asked me what had I done. There are things I'm doing now, but like I say, I don't go out and brag about those things. I don't think that that's what one should do.
Right.
You do it, and you be satisfied with it. I'm helping people in the community.
If what you're doing, whatever it is, and I trust you, you're doing great things. If it doesn't work, then what? You're up against evil. I'll call it evil. You're evil, and you're the good. If evil wins,
there is a point. Let me speak for myself on this issue. No, I don't take on the problems of the world. I look at the problems of the world. I know I have to be a participant. I have to participate, but I don't have to dominate. As a matter of fact, I don't even have to participate if I don't want to. Now, let's look at this for a minute, because I kind of like this, Mike. This came to me. This came to me the other night. You know, you look at that word participate. The emphasis should be on the word part. I want to do a part of something. I don't want to do all of it. All right, it's not my business to do all of it. And because I can't do all of it doesn't mean I shouldn't do any of it. So so from your argument flows the conclusion that if I can't solve it all, I should shut up. And that's bullshit. That's straight up what that is. I mean, it is. I mean, it is. And you know, Mike, you don't have to apologize. I mean, we're talking about a real principle here, and I just want to clarify it, is what I'm saying. I'm saying that I find it hard to see that as a good faith argument, because it makes assumptions about, well, if you can't fix the whole thing, then maybe you shouldn't do any of it. I mean, or what you're doing really doesn't matter. First of all, when you tune in here, I'm at work. Sherman is over here with me. He's not working. He's asked to be here, so I'm doing a job. I'm trying to be a productive citizen here. And when I was younger, pay all of my taxes.
Well, we're trying to spark.
So that should stand for something. That should stand for something. At least I am trying to show people you don't have to be the superstar. You can just have a good paying job, get up and take care of your family in the morning. You can do that. That has meaning. And so I don't treat that as if that's nothing because you don't stand up in front of a room full of people and make speeches on the stump. You can be so you don't have to be a politician, you know. So that's it.
I got you.
Okay.
And like I always said, the fight will go on after dear Sherman and I and you are gone.
It's going to be.
The country will continue even after 50 years.
I don't know about that.
Okay, we'll never know, right, Sherman? Unless we have a pass from wherever we go. But everybody, look, you're doing your best. You're doing what you think is right and wrong. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, you've done your best. I'll pat you on the back. Good job.
Yeah, sometimes that's it. You don't have to, I mean, look,
talking about me. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know. I appreciate that. Look, I'm saying winning is better than losing in many instances, but you know, it's not about folding your tent if you don't win. It depends upon, because context matters. It depends upon what age you are. It depends upon how many. It depends upon a lot of things, Texas. That's what I'm saying. You know?
Yeah, and you heard me. Don't twist my words. Yeah.
I'm not trying to twist your words.
Okay.
I'm not trying to twist.
I'm
I'm trying to add. I'm trying to add body to your words that you left out.
All three of us will be gone. The
Right.
fight will continue.
Yeah.
So far, you agree with me. All three of you, all two of you.
Yeah.
But you guys did your best. But
Yeah.
it might not work. It
Yeah.
might not work.
Yeah, I'm not. You know what? I'm not angry with somebody because it doesn't work. I'm not gonna go out and I won't. You know what? I'll be.
You'll sleep well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll be prepared for the next fight to the extent that I can, and to the extent
sleep when
that
I
I can
can.
join in it. And there are plenty
You heard
of
me,
people.
Sherman. Didn't I say what he's saying? All I'm saying, look, you're living the good life. You're doing the right thing, but it might not work. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. If it does, great. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that pretty simple?
Yeah,
That's pretty simple,
it is.
Mike.
It
That's
is.
pretty simple.
Yeah.
So
All right.
keep
Thank you,
on
sir.
fighting. Keep on
Keep
talking.
fighting.
Have a
We'll
good
keep
one.
fighting.
Yeah, all right. Yeah,
We'll keep
yeah,
talking.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
and talking is going to be here until some other forms of communication comes along, Mike.
I told
People
you
are gonna
hieroglyphics. We just learn how to talk
Yeah,
hieroglyphics.
yeah.
You know, right now
talking
we can't.
talking is an expression, and thank heavens we got radio now that we can just talk all we want. Or there have always been forms of expression, but people just use them for singing, dancing, and entertaining. All right. People found out they could talk. We've always been talking with one another. It's just that we found a way to do it electronically. Somebody found a way to cash in on it. Let me put it that way. Somebody found out a way. Hey, all of this talking, these people are talking. Why not monetize it? And that's what is known as talk radio. And you know what? Even with all of that, we are about 1% of the radio stations that have talk. I mean, black radio. So we do less of it than anybody else. We do less of it than anybody else. There are people in different locations on the dial who do far more talking than we do, and that's called business and commerce. And I'm not mad at them about that.
Oh, no.
You know?
I still want to get back to the fiscal Republican thing. I think that's I don't want to say misnomer. It just doesn't exist in a lot of things, because Republican and conservative used to be synonymous.
Yeah.
But conservative meant not spending a whole lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how can you
fiscal
put that?
conservative used to be the phrase. Fiscal.
That was
you
the
had fiscal
Republican.
conservatives and social conservatives
Right,
back during the day. Yes.
But you have to figure out, well, how does Donald Trump fit in that?
Mm-hmm.
Is he fiscal? Well, if he is, why is he draining the budget? Why is he got us, 39 trillion in debt now?
Mm-hmm.
He's doubled the national debt. How is that fiscal conservative? How can you call yourself fiscal conservative and support this guy who's doing this?
Listen, and the conservatives used to be. They pride themselves on this back in the day.
Right.
Small government.
Small
the government that is best is the government that is least intrusive, they would say. All right? Small government. Manage the money. That was their calling card.
That was it.
Okay? That was their calling card. And they used to call liberals, today's progressives, I guess, in the eyes of some, big tax and spend liberals.
Big tax and spend.
Tax and spend. Tax and spend.
Now it's just spend and
now
spend.
Less tax. Yes. Yeah. Now it's
don't tax the rich and spend all you can.
Right. I mean, so these are valid concepts, and they ought to be discussed. I mean, they should be discussed in a serious manner. And now you can make a caricature out of what I do here. You can make a caricature. Oh, he's just regular attacks. He's just attacking attacking the Republicans. Oh, look, the sun didn't come out today. Whine, whine, whine. It's just, they're trying to get the white man's money. They're asking, they're begging. But all of that makes a mockery of your own Constitution, of the founding principles there. All right. What I'm talking about is fiscal responsibility, and it doesn't seem to me fiscally responsible that you knock 4.3 million people off SNAP, and then you include the people you knock off Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those are the cuts, and this was in this 2017. In the big beautiful bill, there was an extension on these tax cuts that came from 2017. Remember, that was the first time we saw the $1 trillion deficit. The deficit passed 2017. That happened during Trump's first term. All right.
Right.
Joe Biden came and added to that. Now this time, Donald Trump has gone past that, and the thing that has not changed is the tax cuts for the middle class and lower class, and this includes, it may pain some of you to hear this, black and brown people, because it's not just black people, black and brown people, all right, and people making under $200,000 a year. Certainly those who make it in the $100,000 category. These people are not wealthy by any stretch of the imagination.
Oh, no.
So when there are cuts to spending, these people also bear the brunt of that, because they may not take a hit on their personal tax cuts, but it is their funds who are going to have to replace the lower and middle class people are going to have to replace the money on the tax cuts that were given to the very wealthy. That's just how money works. It's fungible,
Yeah.
meaning you move it from one place to another.
Mm-hmm. I want to give Joe Biden a little bit of a credit, though. Now, he came into office with a serious disease, virus, however you want to classify COVID. And he had to do a lot to get past that.
That's right.
And there were a lot of people who were not working.
Yeah.
And so there was not that money, that income tax wasn't coming into the government. Also, the state government ran out of unemployment quick.
Yeah.
So the federal government had to come in and pay unemployment.
That's right.
So there were a lot of things, a lot of X factors that Biden had to deal with that weren't necessarily his policies that made it that bad.
Right,
and
right.
We got to look at all that.
Yeah, precisely. And let's look at a couple of things here now that people perhaps would rather not talk about. Joe Biden stuck the landing. That's all I'm going to say about that, because people thought even under the best circumstances, Joe Biden is going to get an economy that's going to land in a recession. And plenty of economic experts thought that he had inherited a mess, that he wouldn't be able to turn it around.
Wouldn't be able to fix.
That it wouldn't be a soft landing. That was what Jerome Powell at the Fed was worried about, that inflation would go up, or either we'd be stuck in a recession, because there's such a small runway there.
Yeah.
You know, and could Biden land that plane there? Well, he did. And for the second time, Donald Trump received a budget from his predecessor that, the Obama before him left him in good shape. Biden left him in better shape than it would have been. Than it should have been. All right? And all he had to do was continue with the policies. And no, people shouldn't forget this or play this down. You know, and I'm hoping, I know there are people out there who just wish I would shut up about this, because it doesn't make the businessman look like a giant, all right? It doesn't make him look like Einstein. we were trending in the right direction after COVID. You had a president who was dealing with COVID.
We were the top economy in the world. After COVID.
In the world, okay.
And now China says we're a declining nation. And Trump says that's right.
And the indicators say that.
Yeah.
And even our own president said of his own workers, you guys ain't prepared for the workers. I got to import workers from somewhere else. That's the president of the United States that said that. Oh, I'm sure you wish I would quit talking. I know a lot of you wish I would quit talking. I understand. But I'm going to tell you what I told a caller who called once when I first started back on the air doing this. Was his first time coming into contact with me, no doubt. You should just stay with the music thing. And then you should go back to music. Ain't going to happen. There's no way. No, what he said was you should stop talking about politics. Ain't going to happen.
You got to shut up and dribble, Paris. Come on.
Ain't gonna happen. Ain't gonna happen. I know you'd rather. And then you talk about your news sources. I'm gonna say this, Sherman. I'm gonna let you get that magic. But don't dare tell me about comparing news sources when Fox News told you, damn fools, we on a news network. What are you talking about, Judge? We're not a news network. We're here we can't be held responsible if those people out there take what we say seriously. Come on, guys, you're a laughing stock. Now the president has told you who you are. The people you follow on the news stations have told you who you are. So I'm a black guy. I'm a small black guy. I'm playing this card now. I can't say that. I'm out of line because I don't know my place. Get out of here with that. Get back out of here with that. Okay, go ahead.
We're moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Call it your own. Sorry about this.
I was listening, good listening, you know what I'm saying? Man, and the other man, I'm going to call you Batman and Superman. Y'all
Batman, Superman.
Look, I already know you gentlemen already astute enough to know that Donald Trump dropped the $10 billion lawsuit against IRS. And they sell it for $1.8 billion, right?
Settle. That's just a man. That word just ranks me. Go ahead.
And the taxpayer is going to be, because he's going to distribute the DOJ to the 5 people that damaged the most. And you know, Donald Trump got many personalities. He's gonna get all of that 1.8, and at the taxpayers' expense, and the $1 billion that he said that's going to cause that attempted assassination. The ballroom gonna need to be. It was going to have security anyway, but he wanted to add that to it so it'd be bigger now. Instead of his benefactors paying the $400 million.
So is he gonna take the ballroom with him wherever he go?
He want to put his. I guarantee one thing. He gonna put his name on it.
He gonna put his name on it.
It's gonna be called the Trump White House Ballroom.
Yeah, right next to the other thing, the Arc de Trump out there, and all this other stuff he's trying to push out there.
And if anybody out there, whether you voted for him or not, make no mistake about it, he is for Donald Trump, his family, and all the money that he can steal from all the gullible people that voted for him. When he leaves the office, he's going to probably be the richest man in the United States because he's going to make it that way. He done probably stole many bars after his first trip to Fort Knox. He got gold bars. Ain't no doubt about it in my mind. Because he got DOJ making sure he stays straight, of course. And so, before I go, I'm going to leave that because Donald Trump, I get a bitter taste. Because the James gang would be proud of him, what he's doing.
Oh, they couldn't be close to him.
I'm gonna ask you before I go. I'm gonna ask you two gentlemen this: what's your opinion on this? But after reading the Bible and when they crucified Jesus and they put his body, was in this cave, they didn't cremate him, but then he came back as a whole Jesus Christ like it was when he died. So I got to thinking, probably do not want to be cremated, because unless they got a place in heaven for the ashes to ashes to be commingling and stuff, I think I would take the example from Jesus Christ. Bury me, don't ever cremate me. Don't eliminate my chances at all of being there. We can't go to heaven because ain't nothing but dust there.
Well, let me ask you this, and I don't usually talk about religion and the Bible and all that. I don't feel like that's my forte. But you believe in God, and you believe He can do all things, and you know, we came from ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I don't know how that means for you, but do you really believe that if you're one of the chosen and God comes back, if you were cremated, He can't bring you back?
Yes, if we do it the correct way.
No, you believe He can bring you back if you're cremated. So if let's say you died in the World Trade Center and you burn up in all that fire, and you didn't do nothing wrong. Okay.
No, I believe that He can bring me back. I just don't want to take no chance.
I understand. I get you. I'm on the same page with you. I can buy that. Don't want to take no chance. You want to cover all your bases.
Just remember this. And I don't want nobody to be crying no crocodile tears. But make no mistake, we got the most corrupt president in the history of the United States, and he is stealing your blind, and you're going to be broke forever because he's going to leave us in a pickle owing so much money. He's going to be laughing at us. See how gullible them people in the United States are?
Yeah.
That's why he loves him some Russian.
You're
Check
right.
you later.
All right, my man. Thanks for calling. Yeah, I don't want to get into religious thoughts. He said he don't want to be cremated because God brought Jesus back. And he wasn't cremated, but you know that's between him. I try not to do that. That's just not me. Come on, caller, you're on.
Well, Sherman, that was interesting, man. but you know as well as I do, dear brother. The truth of the matter is that this body that we live in is just a shell.
It's just a shell.
The real house is in your spirit. Is because when you gone, that body's gone forever. You have never seen a body ever resurrected after it has died. But your spirit, like right now to this very day, you can see your mother.
Oh yeah.
In your mind's eye, can't you?
Oh yeah.
And you actually hear her voice in your ear. So, you know, come on, man. Yeah, God will bring you back, but you ain't gonna come back as no another body.
I don't believe that either, but I don't argue people about you know what they believe in. You can believe what you want to believe in. That's on you.
I mean, the people know that by now, man. We gotta start, like Uncle P was saying earlier, man. You're gonna have to start thinking more progressively now. A lot of the old things that we accepted back then, you should be, I'd say, wise enough and more conscious enough now to know that a lot of that thing was just just like a crop. What you call them things? Well, anyway,
I know what you're trying to say. Go on.
There you go. But a crutch to get you started and hobbling and walking. But once you have learned now, you can throw away that crutch. You don't need that anymore. And that's the reason why I called, because earlier, man, I think I heard Uncle P say they gonna re-release Malcolm X autobiography.
Yeah, the Alex Haley version. Yeah,
Let me ask y'all something.
Yeah.
Let me ask y'all something. For what? Now think about what I'm saying. For what? You can still order that book, the Alex Haley version, online. If you wanted it, they have, I think it's Colorado, Texas or something, they reprint all the books now.
Well, here's what I could gather from, and I got to get the guy's name who was on.
Yeah.
He was giving a list of reading for the summer for young people. And
okay.
one was his break with his break in death, and then there's the summary of who he could have been in today's world, in today's world, had he lived. So so it sounded like, and I'll get the person's name for you. I'll have to go back. I keep notes on.
I think you just hit it. That's where I'm going. Now, you all remember those of our generation, Coffee and all of them there. We are the generation that, matter of fact, we have really got duped by that whole situation. Now you want to come and introduce something that you use to split the black community up. Now you trying to come in and bring it to a newer generation who don't see Malcolm like that. That Malcolm is not their hero, not this generation.
Well, this was a white guy, so this was a white guy. I mean, that doesn't disqualify him. But so what I mean is this, though, is there's another generation. When we talk about this generation, remember we're talking about a younger white and black generation too. Okay, so yeah,
most of our kids go to integrated schools. So
so that's another thing. Yeah, so some of our kids have an interest in Malcolm, and there's some of their classmates, no doubt, do too. Because just like you look how influential we are in our society, well, that goes both ways and applies to a lot of things. So as this younger generation of black kids begin to look at Malcolm X anew. Remember, they got different types of teachers in school now as well. So all of these things matter. So that's what's going on.
I understand, but at the same time, remember, they use that whole situation to split up the black community, especially like they put that lie on the nation, talk about the nation had Malcolm killed, but the only reason why I'm saying this is because that if you're gonna make that story the exemplary story, then right now the Malcolm X family have been in the court proceedings with Ben Crump, right? Are you gonna reveal what they have found and have complete evidence now of? Are you going to put that in that book, or is it still another book?
No, it's probably going to still be the same version of that book.
It'll be the same book.
But I understand what you're saying, because they've got documentaries against Malcolm, about Malcolm and about the Muslims and all that.
They even said, y'all, that they even got proof that it was the FBI and the New York Police Department.
Okay.
How are you going to redo that history without putting that in there?
Well, we're going to because I mean, look. It's private enterprise. They got their businesses. The authors wanted to make money. So
we can get deeper into this.
Yeah, and we'll get deeper into it.
We got to slide out on you.
Yeah, we got Ralph Cooper coming up.
We got Ralph coming up. Let me say this before we go to the next caller. This guy Ron Scurry posted something about the Cowboys. They keep trying. I want to talk about him because I think he set me up, Harris.
What's that?
I was in line at the airport last Monday morning, and I'm all happy and spry, and because I'm excited. And this real nice young lady, about she was over on the other side. She wasn't in my lane. Right. She was talking about how people put their bags up, and I said, "Okay, got it. Thank you very much." She looked at me and she said something, and I know Scurry told her to say this. Are you 75 or older? And I was like, "What?"
Oh man!
Here I am thinking she flirting, and she come out with, "Are you 75 or older?"
All right,
Scurry told you to say that. Let's get the last caller in. Yeah. Caller, you're on.
You got 2 minutes, caller.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna need that long. I just wanted to you triggered something in me, and I just wanted to express myself.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
How you fellas doing?
Fine, blessed. What's good?
Okay. What I wanted to say is nobody's brought this up.
All right, you have a great day. Well, look, Ralph Cooper's up next, ladies and gentlemen, right here on The Source. We got Ralph Cooper coming. And I'll tell you, we'll be looking for you tomorrow. I got to thank Sherman Smith for being here.
I appreciate
Want to thank all of you. Want to say hello to Akua Fayette too, and you'll hear her on Saturdays. And let me thank Carrie Lewis.
Scurry's gonna call in to Ralph Cooper and say something bad about me, but that's all right.
That's your guy. Yeah.
Maurice. I ain't Maurice yet, man.
What time when coming? What time?
Maurice. Yeah, how many people thought you were Maurice come back to life?